Welcome everybody to episode 8, session 8,
Yeah,
session 8
Is it
of
is it 8 or 9?
I think it's
that's
8.
8.
Yeah.
8.
Let
Because one
me.
was a half episode.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You're
kick
right.
Dan out of here. There you go. And with magic, now we're somewhat more balanced. Welcome everybody to this session 8. I'm trying to think. We won't actually be streaming for a good bit, almost a month. Just because of a couple different things. We have Destiny's Raid coming up next week, but you will be able to go and watch that on stream. I believe Kim will be streaming that.
Yeah.
On Kimby Cat.
Kimmy Catty.
Kimby Catty.
Because
thank you.
some nerd is
Yes.
thing on Kimmy Cat.
Yeah, you're right. On Kimby Catty, you guys can go check it out there. And then other than that, I'm gonna be in another country, so unfortunately, I cannot play from there. I don't think it'll quite work. So we'll be coming back to you on the 17th of September, and hopefully bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to kick some butt. And then other than that, I don't think we had any announcements. Yeah. So, just please go and watch us on Friday. Get our, our asses handed to us in a raid, in Destiny. But
Should be fun.
let's go to the intro.
I got a feat that I'm going to use at the earliest possible convenience.
I mean,
Opportunity.
I'm also going to use it at the earliest possible convenience. It's just that is not right now.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the phrase.
That reminds me, because we didn't say it on stream last week, or I didn't say it on stream last week, which was my mistake. The players leveled up. Everybody is now level 4, and they've grown. They've been through quite a few fights at this point, so they're I think ready for that level up. So last time, we began with the retrieval and rescuing of Bronwyn Silverbloom, who had been captured by what seems to be a group by the name of the Shadow's Claw, in order to capture, I believe it was their experiment of some kind, whom happens to be our great psych here. And I'm trying to think of like everything else that happened. They were attacked by numerous thugs, shanked in the back quite a few times, especially Piper. And then they were attacked by a puma, as the name of last episode suggests. And they did manage to kill what Psyche identified as a displacer beast. And upon questioning one of the individuals that had intended to capture Psyche for the Shadow's Claw, you guys had gotten quite a bit of information out of him before, unfortunately, a window was blasted open and the individual in question was shot and killed in one bullet, and they were no longer to ask any questions. Everybody fled back to the docks, to the safety of Piper's ship, and after that point, Ferritin and their new friends, the sergeant, Sergeant Adea Asaf, went over to the spire to ask questions and get some, I guess, questions answered over the nature of court and Ferritin's relation to court. And then Bronwyn and Piper similarly went off to look at the Thieves Guild, or the underground of this fair city, which had actually been much reduced in the last couple of years. Where we last left off specifically, Bronwyn and Piper heard this orc individual in this underground bar call out for Renta, and a young man kind of swung around past them to go up to this orc in question. And for some reason, Bronwyn seemed a little stiff. So that's actually where we'll pick up. This young man immediately kind of bypasses, goes straight for this orc, who is at the largest table in this room. To just kind of refresh here, there is a band that is playing with what seems to be some sort of brass instrument of some kind that's kind of like a horn, but a little bit more pitched. There's also some strings and a piano. But there are also there's the bartender, and then there are a number of other individuals kind of right in front of you here, and then off to the side in the back is this much larger table with this orc individual, and now this sun elfin man, or young boy, that is talking to him. So whatever, Piper and
I'm gonna first things first. I'm gonna head over to the bar.
Okay. The barkeeper is in fact a gif, so one of the hippo looking people, currently putting out some ale for one of the other tables, but looks at you as you approach.
What's on the menu, Zoe?
There is no menu. It's just a bar.
There's no menu.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's behind him on the shelf?
So there is a number of different bottles, most of them unmarked, but you can recognize a couple of them just based off of color or lack thereof. There are definitely some clear liquors on the top shelf, which you'd imagine could be rum, could be vodka, could be gin.
I'm gonna.
Not quite sure.
Is it? I'm gonna ask if that's rum up there.
We have some rum, yeah.
Mind pouring me a glass?
It just kind of gives you a look.
They say like coin purse in their hand. Like
yeah.
They're not asking for free.
Yeah. No, he figures. He's just, you're new around here. Sure. And he just kind of turns around and leans up and grabs one of the clear bottle, or one of the clear liquors with one hand.
I'm gonna do something a little bit evil, out of character a little bit evil, but in character, Piper has no idea. They're gonna turn and be like, Bronwyn, what's your poison? Out loud.
Just she will have fallen over by this point. She's kind of just.
Well, then not yell, but they'll still say it out loud, like, Bronwyn, what's your poison?
I gotta think of a drink. Hold on.
Nobody seems to respond to that name.
Whiskey's fine. I assume there's whiskey.
Yeah, we
There's
got
always
whiskey.
Yeah, I have a whiskey.
And he pulls one down. You do recognize this gift. He looks actually almost the same as before. when you were last here. Which is kind of odd, but he doesn't seem to recognize you as he looks at you and just kind of pours you a glass.
They'll turn back to the barkeep and say, "I'll pay for both of us."
2 silver. Then he sets both of them down.
Slide the silver over.
Takes it and pockets it. And when you kind of I'm assuming, are you doing the thing where you like lean on the bar and look around?
Yeah.
You do that, and about everybody is looking at you in here.
Again.
Like they had stopped for a moment, but then you're just kind of like you are very blatantly walking into a space of a community where almost everybody probably knows each other to some extent. You haven't introduced yourself, and you've just gone up and ordered a drink.
Gotta get something to calm the nerves to break the ice first. So, does it seem like the orc who called the boy before is like the leader?
Yeah, I mean he does seem to be. He's off on his own. He's got like the nice table.
Right. I will take a swig of my drink, hold it in my hand, and start making my way over to the leader's table.
Okay.
Bronwyn is gonna notice the Piper is heading that way, and she's just gonna chug her entire thing of whiskey.
Gotcha.
And then, like, do the thing where you flip your shot glass over and you slam it down on the table, on the bar. Just gonna do that, and then begrudgingly follow behind.
The gift just nods, like he's not super impressed, but he's like, okay, you're not a wimp.
Yeah.
Piper's not a wimp. They're just savoring their drink. They like a good rum.
Oh no, but it is you. Not that you aren't you are a wimp if you don't do that, but you are assuredly not a wimp if you do that. Like
Yeah.
the dunk. The orc and the sun elf seem to kind of just be conversing. And as you start to walk up, the orc just kind of puts his he has his single pointer finger up, and he just kind of holds it in front of you, just like give him a moment before you approach any closer. And he just pulls the boy in and like whispers in his ear a little bit for about 15-20 seconds before letting him go. And the boy just kind of nods and walks off into another hallway, because there are a couple other doors in here. The door you guys came in, and then one opposite of that, one that seems to kind of be behind the stage where the band was playing, and then now that you've kind of approached closer, you can see that there is a trapdoor actually somewhat behind this individual, this orc, on the ground. So
similar to the one that like let us in here.
Yes, but this one is going farther down.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of pulls up his goblet that he has as the boy walks up, and he just drinks a good couple of gulps from it. The liquid inside seems like a nice red wine, and he just he just gives you a what do you want look. Do you say the man of taste?
Yeah, probably.
They have delicious wine in Moonhold.
I'll say that while pulling up a chair, like twisting it backwards and sitting down.
To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Blackwood. I have a few questions about...
That's quite a name to invoke. You got any proof behind that?
You know what? Yeah, I'm going to take the map off of my belt and set it down on the table. Like the case of it. Because it was Theo's before theirs.
Yeah.
So.
I knew he had a kid. Uh, but, what are you doing here? In Moonhold?
At the moment, looking into a certain someone. The name Pixelatari mean anything to you?
Ah, Hicks. I've, heard of him once before, but I know he caused some sort of ruckus up at the spire, but never really gave me any problems as far as things here are concerned.
We have it on good authority that he might be the mastermind behind these shard mine disappearances.
Well, definitely wasn't us, and the Dignitas are assuming it was.
Well, I think we've gotten enough information that they'll be off your back now.
Much appreciated.
We did have some questions about maybe any information you've had on suspicious activity, any other organizations acting outside of your outfit.
That is, there are quite a few.
What was the name of them again?
Shadow's Hand.
Repeat, please.
The Shadow's Hand. Or the Shadow's Claw, sorry. I keep
Shadow's Claw. Okay.
Yeah, Shadow's Claw.
You ever heard of the Shadow's Claw?
He just kind of like gives you a glare, and like kind of brings himself a little lower, like his shoulders kind of lower, and he leans forward onto the table.
I'll do the same.
Don't say that name in here. If you know what's good for you.
We've already had a run-in with them. What they're doing is sick.
I don't like it either. I've heard rumors, but
Well, we're trying to put a stop to it. And like I said, the current running theory is that Latari's the mastermind behind them, the ringleader, if you will.
that operation way above. Definitely your pay grade. Probably the pay grades of most of the people in here, except for maybe me. But I would just get out now, if I were you.
I'm afraid that's not going to happen.
Well, it's your funeral.
How much would it cost for any information you have on them? We're willing to work, too.
Money I don't need, but work, that's definitely something I could use. Depends on your skill set. Just the two of you?
There are a few more of us, but I'd say our skill set's pretty wide and varied.
Are you good at cleaning up things?
Piper just kind of turns to Bronwyn.
What do you mean by cleaning up?
Getting rid of problems.
Depends on the problem.
I got a little bit of a cult problem in another city that I happen to manage. And I could definitely use some enforcers so I don't have to waste my own people.
What's the city?
Yeah, what city is that in?
Or Anilia.
Pull up the map.
Yeah, I gotta pull up the map. Sorry, hold on. Where is my map? There it is.
I'll bring this over to the map as well.
Jump. No, that's the wrong fucking map. Pin message. Is it? Is it not pinned?
It should be.
I don't think it's pinned, Zoe. I
Well,
think it's the
actually,
whole, it's
here's
the whole
the
world map that's pinned.
Here's the thing. I've only ever sent it, I think, mostly individually. Here, I can. I'll put. I think I'll post it again, and I'll.
Well, yeah, because all of us have seen it at this point.
Yeah.
Where? What was the city name?
Oranilia.
No, yeah.
It's across the Veridus Plains from Essentia and the Lake of the Azurdon.
Oh, okay. I see.
If you could deal with that problem, I would be happy to give you what information I can.
What'd you say the city was again?
Oranilia.
It's like the one that's like right on the bottom corner of the lake, I think.
No, that's Essentia. It's if you follow.
Oh,
that
I
path,
found it. It's it's on the road from Essentia to the west.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. I went the wrong direction.
Alright. It's a little bit out of the way, but we could definitely take a detour to stop there.
Yeah, it's not too terribly far out of the way.
Who's your contact we'd be talking to there to get started?
Well, many of my contacts there have been gone missing, but you'll find a Gith named Dormir should be there and awaiting some sort of help to deal with the issue.
And if we clean up for you, sorry, if we clean this up for you, you give us some more information.
I'll give you all the information I have on this group. And then maybe we get some sort of working relationship here.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah. Seems like a good plan.
You get that information after the problem is dealt with.
I understand. I know how this works.
Good.
Not my first time doing this kind of thing.
If that's all you need.
That kid that you had up here a minute ago. A little young to be in here, isn't he?
Well, he's got to learn somehow. He's 19, he can handle it.
Shouldn't be in here, though.
You should hear about some of the things I was doing at 19. They say, like, elbowing Bronwyn.
She's just gonna glare at Piper.
Why do you care?
Just say I know his family.
He kind of gives you a look, and then he's like, it's like a discerning glare, like a discerning, just once over. Huh. I'll be.
What?
It's been a bit since you've been around these parts.
Yeah, well, things happen.
What is he talking about?
That boy is my brother.
Your brother?
My brother, yes. I have not been in the city for like 15 years. Wait, no, hold on. I have to check my own thing. How long did I say she'd be gone?
About 15 years, yeah.
Yeah, about 15 years. Okay. To make sure that I have my
Yeah.
own backstory correct.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
But
I didn't know you had any stake in Moonhold.
yes, I was born here. But I didn't expect to be coming back, honestly.
We'll talk about it later. Thank you for your time. Didn't catch your name.
You can call me Seeker.
Seeker. It's been a pleasure. We'll look into that lead you told us about and see if we can clean up.
Good. If you prove yourself in this instance, maybe I'll have more lucrative work for you in the future.
Looking forward to it. And they'll stand up, turn the chair back around and push it in, and then wait for Bronwyn to stand too, because they're not gonna just leave. They're not rude.
She never sat down to begin with, but she's gonna kind of
wait for Bronwyn to get ready to leave. That wait by the door. That's what they'll do.
Yeah, she's gonna lean in and put her hands on the table, to talk to Seeker. Don't tell him I'm here. He doesn't need to know that.
Sure.
Also, please don't put him in danger.
He's a capable young.
He shouldn't have to be here, though.
No? It's what happens when you leave your family. You don't get to look after them.
Yeah, I know. Please try to keep him safe, though.
He just kind of gives like he blinks and like looks down ever so slightly, kind of like a nod, like a acknowledgement.
She's gonna push off from the table and just turn on her heels and walk towards Piper and the door.
They will open the door for Bronwyn because they are polite. And then if she leaves, they'll follow her out.
Yeah, she's gonna walk out.
So, a brother.
Yeah. Everybody's got family somewhere.
Yeah, family's important. Family's probably the most important thing.
I agree. Unfortunately, I am not close to mine right now. Aside from, physical presence.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm assuming this is as you guys are leaving, by the way.
I assume we're walking down the hall or whatever.
By the way, I didn't give you the name of this bar beforehand. It is the Jovian.
Cool. I'll remember that.
I'm writing that down.
Is it both the Dingy Tavern and like the Thieves Guild Tavern?
Yeah. It's like the other one doesn't have a name, the one underneath. It's just the outside, so.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I fell in with the wrong sort of crowd, if you will. And, some things happen. And I was forced to leave the city.
Well, I won't pry any further.
I appreciate that.
Just try not to let the rest of the group know, because I don't know if they'll be as understanding as I am.
No, I understand. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with him, but I have a bad feeling that we might run into him again.
We're definitely gonna come back here, so.
Yeah.
So next time you don't have to come if you don't want to.
It's fine. We'll see what happens. I can't hide forever, I guess. Just have to hope that the Dignitas see it that way to figure out who I am.
Yeah, about that. We do kind of have one of them with us at all times now.
Well, it's been 15 years, so... And I did not look quite the same as I did before, so...
Even so, you're not the only one who has a history with illegal activity.
Sure.
I've done my fair share of things I regret. But hey, what's important is moving on and being a better person, right?
Right. And now I guess the main thing is to figure out what this Dr. Hicks guy is doing and try to get rid of this shadow class. So we should probably...
Yeah, I think we should get back to the group and go over everything. Get an order of action, if you will.
Yeah. Figure out exactly what we need to do and where to go forward. Maybe somebody else found something else out as well. So, Zoe, by the way, you're still on the map.
I am. Okay, let me.
Yeah.
Well, you know, now everybody can very clearly see the map. It's.
Yeah.
Everybody get the map downloaded? Good.
It's a big map. You'd have to zoom in to...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I even struggle to find things with how big it is. And I've been looking over
That's
it
fair.
since we started.
Oh, fair. It's a big map.
I
I'll
only
have to
really
post
have like
that in full at some point.
I only have like the bottom part around Moonhold memorized, so and a little bit of stratum.
I haven't found anything on that map. I am terrible.
I
I had just given up and just went with y'all figure it out.
It's fine. I'm the navigator of the group. I need to figure it out.
Mhm.
I need to be able to, chart routes and shit.
Controlled by starlight.
It's definitely my best map to date, which I'm very.
It's
happy
really good.
with.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Anyway.
Eventually, you guys are able to make it back. You would get back probably still just a little bit before Ferritin and Sergeant Saf would. Yeah, absolutely. You move yourself around as you need on the.
I think I'm the only one who moved myself like away from the ship. So
Yeah, my character icon is still just flat in the middle of the ship.
I'm gonna put them
You've
back
been
in their
astral
places.
projecting the entire
Yeah.
time.
I opened up the tab for Roll20 and all of the notifications for chat played at once, so I just heard one loud beep and it hurt my ears.
You have
Aw.
notification. I didn't know Roll20 had notification sounds.
Yeah, you have
Oh
to
yeah.
turn it on.
You don't have the little bloop?
I used to, I think, but I think I turned it off at some point.
Yeah.
And just didn't remember it existed.
So, I'm gonna say Glory, who is not, he's not currently here with us. He's gonna be sleeping on the back over here. He's just taking a little nap.
I've probably like shown them where my like extra hammocks and shit are. So
Yeah.
if anybody wants to sleep, they could just pull out a hammock from like a chest and.
Yeah.
I don't need a hammock.
But yeah.
I don't know that. I'm just trying to be fucking considerate.
But Ferritin and Psyche can see Piper
Excuse me.
and Bronwyn come back. If there's anything you guys wanted to converse about.
It's like Kira's meditating.
Fair.
Just chilling. Probably won't respond unless spoken to.
Walks over here, waves hand in front of face. I'm kidding.
Motherfucker, what?
I imagine we'll probably wait until everybody gets back. That
Okay.
way, you don't have to tell information twice, at least.
Fair.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell everyone like, hey, I'm going in here. I'm gonna start actually like charting our course, charting our route. I don't know the phrase.
It's right. It's still good.
Starting our course.
So, probably about 10-15 minutes later, Barrington and Adea will return.
Barrington even on. Oh yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
He blends in a little bit to the.
Oh, because of the brown background of the icon.
Yeah.
Just gonna walk onto the boat. Go like, all right. Well, I believed I would only do a check-in with the professors at the Spire. However, I may have found important information as to our next steps are.
Mm-hmm. I think Piper also mentioned having trying our route as well. I think they have information as well. Go bother them real quick.
Yeah, they probably let everybody know like, hey, once everyone's back, come meet me in my quarters. So. They're just sitting at their table looking over, not their magical map. They're looking over another map, one they can actually like write on.
Adea will just sit on one of the barrels.
Bronwyn's just gonna perch up on the end of the bed.
Be careful. That one has meat in it.
Yep.
It's like here, we have to
Knock it
move.
over. I'll have to kill you.
Fucking moving.
Very well.
Bronwyn's just sitting on my bed.
Yeah.
During my study at the Spire, I've discovered a name, which I believe might be our lieutenant. Possibly. And, what was their title again? I remember they had a title.
Oh, like the. I mean, it was the name of the person, and then it was also the group that he was with, the house.
Yes.
Uh,
what was the house again?
House Shadowcast.
No, I wrote that down.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
What is like the...
Let me look at my thing.
You said he lives in Cassini, right?
Yes.
Yes, he does live in
Right.
Cassini. I'm looking. Let me pull up everything. Sorry.
This is stuff I forgot to write
I have
down
a lot-
anything last session, so
I have a lot of notes too. Let me just grab.
I don't know why, because I write notes for every session. I just forgot to last session for some reason.
I've only taken a handful of notes.
I've taken 1, 2, 3. I'm on my 4th page.
You said he was like a dignitary.
Oh,
or
he
something?
he was an archivist.
Archivist. Okay.
He was the archivist for perhaps Shadowcast.
Did you put his name somewhere so I can write it?
Yep.
All right. I found this archivist. Her name is Castus Shadowcast. Believed to be, or well, told to me to be a black dragonborn, like our lieutenant.
That's good. That's a very solid lead.
And since they are known to be in Cassini, it is
On the
half
route?
of the way to Heuristic, right?
We do have another thing. A bit of a detour. It's still mostly on the road, but if come look at this. and they'll like gesture to their map.
Yes.
If we take the I can't pronounce that.
What?
Carulus.
The
Carulus
yeah,
River?
the Carulus River. Yeah.
If we take the Carulus River up to the Lake of Azurgon, and stop in Essentia, we would head west to Oranilia to do some work for the guild here. And if we do as they asked, which is looking for a cult and cleaning up, so to speak, then they will give us as much information as they have on the Shadow Claws.
And we would have to go back to Moonhold, I assume, to get that information.
We would, but I think we could still stop in Cassini before then and find out more information on this archivist you found.
Yes, the only problem with that is that I don't know how pressed for time we are in terms of Dr. Lutari potentially bringing more things into our world, or successfully producing an alignment.
You bring up a good point. We still just don't know anything about these people.
We don't.
Certainly no, we don't know much. We don't know how much we need to know. It might be best to still take it slow and not to rush it.
I agree with Furniture.
But
Just gonna say, I also agree. I feel like we need as much information as possible before we can figure out how to fully stop them.
But what do we know about this Shadow Claw people?
Well, the guy said that they were everywhere, right?
Well,
but that
Yeah.
also could just be a scare tactic of just
Good
always knowing, always watching.
Yeah.
and also, we also know that they've been recruiting. I don't know if recruiting would be the right word to use, but things that are being brought through whatever Dr. Lutari is bringing. And they've been capturing and killing Shardmind. Currently, Dr. Lutari's most likely location is Kurasik, correct?
We don't know that. We just know that that's where the map is directing us.
Yes.
It's very vague. It just
So-
shows us what is most urgent. It might be Dr. Lutari, it might be the next step to finding him.
The first place that Sakir found was it Cassini or was it
It was Kirisic. Both.
was Kirisic?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was near Kirisic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no actual like dot on it. It just like right there, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I suggest then. We go up to Cassini through the river. The rivers. We see if we can find anything about this Castus person. If we find something related to Kurasik, gives us more information about what we will be facing there, then we go to Kurasik. If we don't, then we go back and take care of this cultist problem and see if we can find out more information in Moonhold back, and then we will track back to Kurasik.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this archivist is the one we have the most information on. I'd say that's our best lead.
Yes. I would just say that the closer we are to Kurasik, the more equipped we'll be to stop whatever is possibly happening there.
Still may need to stop in Essentia to gather supplies, though.
Yes.
It's a pretty long journey, especially considering the fact we're going to be heading upriver.
Yes, indeed.
We'll be quite slow.
Well, I will see if I can get some supplies of my own before we set sail.
What sort of supplies? I might already have them on board.
Well, it's more of a personal precaution, I would say. I wish to get an invitation for at least myself to visit this Shadowcast person, as well as a weapon that I can more easily conceal. And you're just gonna take out the crossbow, like big fucking crossbow.
That reminds me, I should probably go with you. I do need to further equip myself. If you're going to go weapon shopping.
Well, we can stop at a weapons shop first, and then I can continue on towards the spire and ask for somewhat of a letter of recommendation, perhaps.
I'm just worried about that because then that means you know in advance then.
Oh,
But if you drop in unannounced, it makes it more suspicious.
Exactly. And I have reason to visit this person, as they are a bit of an expert in dragon history.
So, I'm worried we have less of a chance of catching with his pants down, so to speak.
For all intents and purposes, I am simply a professor of ancient history wishing to partake in a study of ancient dragon history.
Do it your way. If no one else has any objections.
Well, just to follow up his idea of if there truly are eyes everywhere or everywhere important, it doesn't matter how tightly we keep our secret, because at some point they will know where we're heading. If we leave the city, they'll know we're heading out of the city.
Another valid point.
At the very least, if we go through with this whole receiving an invitation thing, at least he won't assume that we know already, right?
That's the plan. They have no reason to assume that the simple professor is planning on
Unless they've already seen
acquiring
it.
that type of information.
Unless they've already seen us. Know our faces.
Perhaps, but even if they know our faces, they don't know that we know theirs. That just means we'll have to be ready at any point in time.
Mhm.
Which I have already learned that lesson.
And
Having
you all make good points. I have already conceded. It doesn't mean I'm not worried.
Also, I believe it's nighttime still.
It's evening.
Okay, so you guys do have time to go weapon shopping.
Yes.
I don't need sleep anyway. I would like to join.
Very well. If anyone else would like to join on our expedition for weapons, then feel free to join us.
I do not require weapons. I'll stay on the boat. I gave my daggers to Bronwyn.
Yes, I have the daggers now.
You can go buy me 12 daggers.
Okay, we'll buy
instead of throwing
Bronwyn 12 daggers.
Yes, please. All the daggers you can.
Isn't there like a way to like get proficiency in drawing weapons or something?
Yeah. I don't remember that off the top of my head, but
I think
know
it's like
that
a certain amount of, I believe there's like a certain amount of training days you can do to get proficient with weapons without taking a feat or a subclass.
Could do that on the trip there. Might
How
lose
many
a few
did-
daggers overboard, but
I mean, if you have proficiency with daggers, you can throw them because they have the thrown property. So, yeah. All right.
Alrighty.
So, where's the nearest weapon shop?
Sorry.
they're also going to leave the map open. Like as we've been discussing, they've been like writing on the map and charting the course and stuff. So if anyone wants to look it over, they can.
I don't know anything about sailing and maps.
Alright. So you want to go search for weapon shops?
Yes.
Roll me an investigation check as you're looking around.
All three of us?
Whoever. It would be. I would let two people or one person with advantage. Just to follow consistency's sake with what we've done in the past.
I don't know Ferritin's investigation, but I'd like to get.
I'll leave this to the other people. I'll volunteer to sit this one out.
We can both roll normal then.
Are you sure? I have a +0 in investigation.
Alright, if you want to give me advantage then.
I'll give you advantage. I think you have a better chance of finding it than me.
Investigation, right?
Actually, can't I just look at the map? Zoe? Doesn't the map say the names of shops?
I mean, yeah, but you didn't. I mean, you didn't say you were going. Like, you also were looking at grand scale, like the.
That was a while ago.
I mean, if you were to change it, but on 19, you already like.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This was just me asking, like.
Yeah, you didn't say it, so I didn't assume it.
I just didn't even think about it until afterwards. We'll keep it in mind for future reference.
Gotcha. So 19. You are eventually able to find after just maybe I'd say 20 minutes. You're like, that way. It looks like it might have a place. And then eventually you do happen upon a place called it is called Myrtle's Foundry.
Very well. I will go inside.
It's like just to give a picture. It's like a white bricked building with a blue roof and a actually red wooden door and some windows, and inside of the windows there's it's like a suit of full plate and then another one's split mail, and they have weapons that the armor stands are holding.
Nice.
And you can see if you look around the side of the building, there is a smithies and an actual forge on the backside. But
Seems they make the weapons here. Impressive.
Very good.
But you walk in and you see what looks to be actually you don't see anybody at the counter immediately. It just
There's no like little
no immediate
thing in the door or anything?
no, there's nobody immediately at the door. There's a bell at the top, there's there's a bell on the counter, and then off to the side there's like a what looks to be a stepping stool for any species that need a.
Oh yes, I will use the stepping stool.
Can I look around the shop? Is there anything like on display?
Yes, they're all in locked cases. But there is like a double-sided axe. Is one. There is what looks to be a very ornate-looking sword. There is like a portrait of what looks to be a dignitas with like looking very distinguished with a sword as well. You'd imagine maybe it's like this dignitas used a sword forged by this person and did something heroic. You're not quite sure.
Is it all just melee weapons?
No, it is not. Looking on the other side, like it's one side is like melee weapons. The other side, as you look over to the other side, there are different motley group of items. There's what looks to be steel bows, which you've never seen a steel bow.
Only ever seen wooden ones. Is it only ever seen wooden ones?
It's like a weird looking steel bow. There are crossbows as well of various different sizes that are kind of mounted to the wall, and like from the largest to the smallest. And then there are behind the counter there are what looks to be like there's a musket, and then there are some like single shot like pistols that are there, made of this beautiful dark red wood for the like the wooden portions of the gun, and then the metal itself is like is gray.
They're like small, like concealable single
They're
shot?
yes, they're like they're like a musket pistol, just a much smaller variety. Maybe not like hyper concealable, but definitely handheld. And
something I could hide in my coat.
And the metals here are tinted with this kind of deep dark gray, but they have this almost kind of like purple undertone in the metal itself. And there's the little bell there.
Yeah, I'll walk up to the counter, considering what I'm looking for is behind there.
Yeah, and then Ferritin got on the stool as well. Did you ring the bell?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like bop it once.
Let me get the.
I'll probably like walk up behind Piper.
One moment. You hear this like very nasally voice from the back, and you hear the door that kind of leads into here opens. You don't see anybody immediately as it opens, unless you're peeking over the counter, in which case you see what looks to be a very small gnome, and the gnome kind of like waddles up to the counter, pulling his own stepping stool on the other side of it, up to like where the cashier's stuff is, and climbs up. Hello, how may I help you?
I assume you might be Myrtle.
I am indeed.
Very well. We're looking for, well, weapons, but
Well, I would hope so if you're coming here.
Oh, you also have armors, don't you?
Yeah, good point.
but not just any kind of weapon, something that would be more easily concealable.
Piper already has their eyes on like the handgun.
Mhm.
Like they've been kind of staring at it the entire time.
So you need something more concealable.
Yes, something like I'm just gonna take out the crossbow. Like, for me, I would like something like this, but smaller, perhaps something that I could carry on one hand, maybe.
We absolutely carry some hand crossbows. Yeah, if that's something to your liking, that you'd be interested in. Any he motions over to the smallest of the crossbows, which are like handheld. Yeah, and there's a couple of them there. They all have that sort of like deep red hue to the wood, and they do look to be pretty pristine. Very nice. Like the wood has a nice varnished finish on it, and the metal looks like it is probably cleaned daily. You'd imagine, just from how sparkly clean and the complete lack of dust from this store.
You forge all of these weapons yourself?
Well, I forged some of them. My wife makes some of the others.
Seems you both are very talented.
Oh, thank you. I'll make sure she hears that.
Could I see the handgun right up there?
Certainly. I mean, like, hops off the stool, drags it over to that side of the wall, and like climbs up and picks it off, and he'll set that on the counter, and then he'll take the stool over to out from behind the counter over to the crossbows, get up on it, pull down a couple of the different hand crossbows, and walks over and sets those on the counter as well.
I examine the gun closer.
Are you just kind of gauging it for quality, or what are you trying?
Yeah, quality and also like stats out of character.
Okay, yeah. So firearms. This is a martial ranged weapon. This is they are 1d10 piercing. It's pretty nice. They have a 30-90 range, and they're loading.
I ignore the loading property.
Oh, good point. So 30-90 range, period.
I think Ferritin also ignores it with crossbow expert, so...
Crossbows, yeah.
Yep, I believe so.
Yeah.
The hand crossbows look like he's very clearly, or whichever of the two, either him or his wife, have worked on it. Either way, like they have more experience with crossbows, and so this is, I would say, like, there's like a pedigree to these. Like, you'd imagine these being sold in like a way higher up store than something that's just kind of near the docks. It's something closer to like the Eclipsium, you might imagine, like this being in a store there. We're being owned by like royal guards.
Those are very nice. Very nice crossbows.
Thank you. It's a family specialty.
See. Well, I think I have I've picked my choice here. How much would one of those go for?
Let me just check our stock. If you'd like, with the purchase of any weapon here, we are more than happy to make any changes to grips, as we know it is absolute imperative, especially if you're trusting your life with our creations, that it is best suited to you. So, with that in mind, these will come about 80 gold pieces.
Speaking of that, how does the handgun feel? Is it?
It feels very, like, weirdly almost like soft. Like it sits really nicely in the hand. it is made for a person of your size. At least it seemed like the handle is. But the handle, you guys both can notice on both the hand crossbow and on the gun, there is like screws on the bottom that you would be able to take off the handle and make a new one. So if you ever wanted to like make like a nice contoured grip, it's totally.
So we could upgrade these theoretically.
Exactly.
Awesome. How much for this? I've had my eyes on it since I walked in. It's.
Well, that one is normally that's the kind that we sell to our dignitas customers. So it is a little bit more expensive. It is also, as you might have noticed, I see you're looking at the bottom with the screws. It is to some extent customizable. If you ever want any changes to be made with either of these weapons, you can always bring them back here, and we are happy to edit them to your liking. That will be for the pistol about 275. It's a very, I hope you understand, unique piece of hardware and hard to manufacture.
They pull out like their pouch. They're counting their gold now.
So were you buying that, Jose? The hand crossbow? Jose?
Yes, I am. How easy it is to collapse the bowstring of the crossbow, just so I know how to store it properly.
Oh, absolutely. And he goes through the motion of like, well, you see here, we made this so that it was completely compactable. You can take off the bowstring in this way, and it will be completely fine. It is compatible with other bowstrings as well. We've seen some people edit them so that they are these metallic strands of metal that are given a lot of tension, that give an extra little punch with a hit. So it's definitely possible.
Yes, I think I've seen some. I think I've seen some in the mechanocracy that use little wheel spokes.
Yes, precisely. There's there are also actually from the mechanocracy we actually got this. We were working with one of their members or one of their collective, and we actually made this battle back here, and he kind of points to like a corner, like kind of the back corner of the room, and you can actually see now. It was a little dark, but like he lights one of the candles, and you can see there's this special display case back there, and there is this large crossbow there. Definitely not what you're looking for, but it does look to be a repeating crossbow in that it has a magazine that you can see side feed into it, which just allows for like constant firing, essentially, like a rapid fire crossbow.
Sakir, my buddy, my pal, my friend.
Yes, Piper.
Do you have 67 gold to spare?
Well,
I'd pay you back at the earliest convenience.
actually, I wasn't exactly interested in buying a weapon. I was perhaps interested in selling one. However, let's see. There is a different idea that I had upon walking in here. Specifically when it was, brought to my attention that these weapons are crafted here. We'll see. We'll see if I have 67.
Is there some business you'd like to to deal with here as well. We can have multiple. I can just call my wife, and if you want to settle another deal, we can settle them kind of simultaneously, or however you want to do this.
Perhaps. How capable are you of customizing an existing weapon that did not come from the shop?
Well, I mean, it depends on the make, and I guess the quality of the materials used. We are absolutely able of doing so. I've done it before, but it's a case-to-case basis, is what I'm trying to say.
What if this weapon that I would like customized had an enchantment on it?
Oh,
Would anything happen to the enchantment?
It is not my specialty. That would be my wife's. But let me call her in here. I'll just go. I'll be right back. And he steps off of the stepping stool and like walks over to the door. One moment.
I'm waiting for his wife to just be massive.
Me too. I'm so glad that I
Great.
unintentionally had an excuse to bring her in.
Just 12 feet tall.
Lost giant.
Big fucking yeah.
Big lady.
Ogre wife. Ogre wife and fucking tiny goblin.
After a moment, the door will open again, and you'll hear this very kind of low, calm, nice, soothing, almost like silky smooth voice. Hello, and you see, what, I'm trying to think if any of you had seen one of these before. I don't know, actually, if any of you would have seen one of these before.
Definitely not me.
Definitely not you. Ferritin might have. Piper probably would not have. It is a furbolg. So a very large lady.
Yes.
She has kind of like this seafoam blue hair that is kind of nicely braided into a single kind of long braid down her back, and she has like an apron on, as well as she has kind of like some grime on her face, and she also happens to have some like you can see like on her belt what looks to be some sort of you'd imagine some sort of incense of some kind, that's just like this very nice flowery smell that fills the room upon her entrance. She stands probably about, say, 7'3". She kind of looks down at all of you as she walks up to the counter, and a Myrtle walks up and like climbs up the little stepping stool. I was told that there would be some sort of arcane item that I'd be dealing with.
Yes. So he'll get out Dampier's tooth, and he'll be like, "Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Is it Dampier or is it
Dampier,
Dampier?
yeah. Dampier.
Dampier. All right, that's what I thought." Take out Dampier's tooth. He'll put it on the table, and then he will also remove his rapier and place it down with the basket of the rapier like facing her, and be like, "So I use this rapier here as a spellcasting focus, and I was wondering if at all possible, because this dagger is quite useful in close quarters. It has an enchantment that is quite useful. However, I would not often need to use it except in an emergency. So I would like to perhaps move the focus, which would be this crystal here, and he'll point to like the fucking like ruby thing, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be like, is it possible to place the focus I use on this rapier and combine it into this dagger without ruining the enchantment on it?
Oh, so you would like this ruby to be attached to the dagger. The spellcasting gem.
Yes.
I definitely think that's doable. It might just take a day or so of some arcane finagling, as my husband would put it. But it's definitely something that I could do for you. That would probably come to it shouldn't damage the rapier, just so we're clear. As I've had that worry come from other people before. I would put it at about maybe 50 gold pieces or so, just for the time requirement of transfer of this.
Would you be willing to lessen the price were I to have turned in the rapier as sort of part of the payment?
That was a question that I had as well. Do you do trades?
It depends. Most of the things we sell here are my husband's work. It's kind of a brand of sorts. It's something
would it be possible to use the weapons that we give to you as materials?
Let me look at the make of this rapier first. I can make a determination.
By all means.
And she just...
If that's the case, Piper would also need to take out their 2 daggers and their short sword and set all of them on the...
Jesus Christ.
Look. I really want this gun.
So...
She
picks it up, the rapier, very gently. It's like, she is the definition of gentle. And she just holds it in her hands, and kind of flicks one of her hands, and this kind of goggle, a set of goggles kind of appear around like on her face, and she just kind of starts to appraise the item in question, looking it over a couple of times. Let me do something for her. I think I might be able to reduce this price a bit. Let's see. I can maybe reduce it about 15 gold. So about 35 gold pieces for the transferring of your item. Your ruby from the rapier to the dagger.
would accept that, I think.
Very well. I will set that aside to be worked on, and I would come back in around a day or so in order to retrieve the weapon.
30 what gold? Again?
35.
35.
And she takes both the dampiers and the rapier and goes and sets it off to the side on like a side counter that she has.
Bell dagger. Let's fucking go.
Now, are you also wanting me to look at these daggers and this sword as well?
Yes.
Very well.
Alright, that's how much
Okay,
gold I have
well,
left.
These are fairly average as far as make goes. unfortunately, some of the exterior has been damaged in some ways and might cause some. It might have some imperfections in the metal, so it does devalue it just a little bit. But I could maybe for this get about 10 gold.
For all three?
Yeah, unfortunately. Not I hope that's acceptable.
I mean, I don't want to say it's unacceptable, but it's still not enough.
I would like to mention
You
I
have
would-
67 gold to spare.
I did not have 67 gold to begin with.
God damn it.
That is why I was so willing to take the offer given, because, well, I couldn't have helped you in the first place. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to get this.
Well, you do seem to be a very capable individual. If you would, for the next day or so until your friend comes back, help us work our forge, we could use an extra hand. We just got an order in for the Orientas, so I might be able to get you that gun, that pistol for you.
Be willing.
We would have to stay in the city so that I could receive my weapon again.
We have
It would
nothing
make a
better
good
to do
use
in
of
the
your time.
meantimes. I could work. I haven't done forge work in a long time. I'm sure I'm only a little
It's
rusty.
going to be a lot of heavy lifting, moving things around. A lot of the forge work proper will be done by me and my husband. It's just
I can yeah,
need the extra hand. It's a little late now, but if you'll come back in the morning at around about dawn, we can start that.
Sure.
All right.
Out of character, was the offer like? Am I taking my all other weapons back? If they're not.
Yeah, it's, you can take your weapons back. This is covering that extra 60. What was it? 67.
67.
Yeah, this is covering that extra 67.
Cool. So I'm gonna take my other weapons back and re-equip them. I'm glad I don't have to get rid of my short sword. I actually did want to keep it.
The
Right,
gun was
that
more
is-
important, but
The gun was more important, but I still would like to keep.
That is 80 gold pieces, you said?
Yes, that would
For
be.
the-
Sorry. Get the voice back. Yeah, that'll be. I don't even remember the fucking voice that I was doing for.
More nasally. You're close. It's a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
more nasally.
Like that.
There you go.
There you go, yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. I could get that ready for you. 80 gold pieces.
Very well. I was wondering, I am running a little bit low on bolts as well. Would you happen to have, like, and how many do you sell them?
We sell them. We can sell them by in single amounts, but we tend to sell them in groups of 5 to 10.
Very well. How much 5 would be? So we can-
Let's see, let me look at the thing. Gosh, I'm looking. Where was the thing that I wrote for this? That would be. We'll say 3 silver.
3 silver for 5 bolts. That would be.
Uh,
Right.
How much
I'm
would
like
bullets
swapping
be?
between the two. But yeah.
Yeah.
3 silver for 5.
I will buy 5 bolts then.
Okay.
How much would like bullets be?
Bullets are. Let me. Well, bullets are.
There's little steel balls.
They are, yeah, but they also have. We have different types. So there are the steel ball variety. We have been experimenting with some that are capable of rifling, which allows them to go a greater distance with a greater accuracy.
Does
There's also
the handgun already have rifling? Like, is it?
It does not yet, but you are welcome to come back and we can absolutely do that for you. For standard bullets, that will be about 3 gold pieces and 5 silver. So.
How many?
For that would be 10.
Okay, well, I don't have enough money for ammo. That's great.
It's, I mean, they are. It is what is it? They are spherical, perfectly spherical balls. Not perfectly, but like spherical balls, which are very difficult to make for in medieval times. I mean,
There's also gunpowder, right?
This includes the price for the most part of it. But
yeah, I'm just saying it's not just the ammunition. You need the gunpowder as well.
How much is it again?
It's 3 gold pieces, 5 silver for 10 bullets.
Let's see.
Let's hope I come across more gold the next day. Because I don't have a lot.
You could get tips while working the forge.
Well,
I mean, I'm not working the forge. I am doing
assisting
labor work.
Whatever.
I am
You know what I
lifting
meant.
boxes.
You know what I meant.
this is just a regular hand crossbow, right, Zoe?
Yes, this is a regular hand crossbow. But in the future, you can come back here and add. I have written down somewhere in another document. I have upgrades for both pistols and crossbows written down, so you guys could upgrade them as you want. One of them is just making them a masterwork weapon, which is basically a +1. So.
Alright.
But that's like some of the upgrade options I've been working on for stuff. Okay. You are given when you buy it, do you wait a couple minutes for them to like make it like contour it to your hand, the hand crossbow?
Yes, I will.
They like kind of look at how your grip sits on it, and they take it just the grip to the back, and they do some extra cleaning with it, and basically when you get it back and you put your hand on it, it's fits like a glove perfectly.
Good. Well, I am certainly very satisfied with this product, and whenever I'm back in Moonhold, I will visit again. Hopefully, we can take a closer look at that one over there, and I'll point towards the repeating one.
Well, we'd be happy to have you back. We always like it when we get some return customers.
Yes.
Well, have a good night, you all, and we'll see you in the morning. Look at it, Piper.
Yep.
Many thanks.
How am I supposed to get tips?
And she, the wife, just kind of waves, just politely, with a gentle smile.
She's gonna wave back and
Just a little bit, just very slightly disappointed.
So Kira will do a little bow. She's extra like that.
Nice. Yeah. You guys are able to get back out onto the street, and it's like mid-evening at this point. Like, I'd say put it around 8 p.m. So, there was somewhere else you wanted to go. Ferritin wanted to go.
Yes, I wanted to go to the Spire real quick.
That will take you an hour to get there, and then an hour to come back.
We can do that tomorrow then, since Piper is doing the thing in the forge. I have time.
And I must wait for my weapon, so...
Yep.
What time is it? Like, what?
It's about 8 p.m.
And what
Yeah.
time is dawn?
Dawn
Like-
would probably be about 5:30 to 6.
Okay, so... I'm trying to figure out if I can do a long rest and also do something else at the same time. Fuck, I was counting on my fingers and I went up to 13 instead of going back to 1 after 12. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh yeah, I could get it. I could do so. Oh, how much is the long rest? It's 9 hours.
I believe it's 8.
It's 8. How close are? Because we're still by the docks. How close are we to that original tavern that we started?
That would the last mall.
Yeah.
You are probably about 20 or so minute walk.
Oh, never mind. I wouldn't have time. I'm just gonna go back to the ship.
Okay.
I was gonna see if I can do some more gambling, maybe a little bit of cheating, but I don't think that's gonna happen. If I need to be up as early as that.
Fair enough. So you guys head back.
Oh shit, my headset unplugged. Yes.
Easily enough, you're able to find your way back there.
I
Make
missed
your
the
way-
last, like 5 seconds. My headset.
I was just saying, you guys made it back to the ship.
Okay. Sorry, I paced and I tripped over my wire.
I'm assuming, Adair is just gonna be at the front of the ship. I don't know where Frederick would be.
Get off of my bed.
No, I refuse.
Get off of my bed.
Just kidding.
I'm taking the chair.
I
Chair's mine.
Dang, I can't believe that, that they got in bed.
No, it was Piper shoving Bronwyn off.
That makes more
Yeah.
sense.
You can sit there, but I am going to bed, so not right now.
Yeah. Anything else anybody's doing this evening?
I guess while we're winding down, if everyone is back, Frederick will be like, so y'all know what I am now.
I believe
I don't.
Yes.
Oh yes, you wouldn't actually. Yes.
I don't remember who all heard. I'll be honest.
I don't, he says
No.
smugly.
We saw it.
Oh.
Yeah, we did. We didn't like.
You all saw
not-
Ween's girl on my back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You've got a very interesting power there. Don't know what that means, but
I guess to inform you, I am an Asmar. Somewhere in my family line, there was an intervention of some kind, and it's extremely rare for humans to have wings. So it's also very. People will try to hunt down who I am to try to use me for miscellaneous things, trying to summon creatures or whatnot.
I can relate to that.
I believe we can relate real well, actually. If you all can just keep this a secret, I do not. It's obviously very dangerous for people to know what I am.
Of course. I mean, hey,
Refer
it's
to me as
also,
still human.
it's also rare for humans to be able to phase into nothing with no magical abilities.
True. I just figured you were some kind of sorcerer.
No, I can just do that.
I am
You
just
like-
a small little green creature.
That you are, buddy.
You are, buddy. I believe you and Bronwyn here are the two, air quote, normal ones.
Hey, I'm very normal where I come from.
Yes, where you come from.
Where I come from, I am the most likely kind of creature you will come across.
A day
Just
of
so
feeling
happens
left out
we're
is gonna be
not
in the
there.
doorway.
Oh yeah, she's also normal.
I mean,
Aren't the antlers special?
most astral elves do not have antlers.
I mean, still though, she's an astral elf. Those are common.
You're
She
just
in
a
the room?
human
Yeah,
with
she's
funny
in the
tattoos.
doorway. She's at the doorway.
So, do you know what gave you your antlers?
It's part of my lineage in the royal family. I'm not one of the Lunarch's direct kin. More of a extended cousin.
Mm-hmm. So there's no way for you to claim that a lot of bad things will happen for you to be next in line.
Yes. And more likely my parents or my sister would take that before I would.
Why is that?
My family are primarily known for their artistry rather than their martial ability, and so it would probably go to, I guess, the exemplars of the family rather than the odd one.
That doesn't seem right.
It's different.
Anyway,
Oh.
good night.
Well, your skill set is very
that was a
needed
really long
in our
pause.
group. If you don't mind at one point show me how you work with the shield, I would appreciate it.
How I work with
You have a shield?
just
Never mind.
a great sword.
Got it. You cannot help me in my quest for combat.
So just kind of like, okay. Well. She just walks back out. I'm gonna.
How you say goodbye? Do you think it's like, I hope the moon's in your favor?
Lunarch be
Right,
with
sons.
you. No, it's it would be may Branch be with you.
Well, may
Where I
Brosh
come
be with
from.
you.
Where I come from, we say something along the lines of, may death watch over you.
I like
That's why
that.
you were. That's why you were interested in. I guess that would explain why you were interested in death earlier, or at least the god
You
of death.
have absolutely no record on a god that created my home. I was a little interested, yes.
Well, you are from a different plane, and we do not obviously have the means of travel.
You
Well,
are from
I
a-
was not aware
I mean-
of that, now was I?
You're from a different plane.
Oh, have we not gone over this with them?
No, you did
No,
not.
we
You
have
guys
No,
have
you
not.
you purposefully left her out.
Yep.
We were extremely
We were
careful
talking-
around her.
You all were talking way more openly about it, and I had assumed that something was said while I wasn't paying attention.
It's just she is a little dumb, so she did not pick it together until you kind of spelled it out.
In the doorway, we're talking about how you're not from here.
She's just not from fucking what's the island called?
Yeah,
Marion.
not from Marion. It's like, oh, you know.
I literally have it open in a tab, and it wasn't until I looked at that tab that.
You're not from. I mean, I'm certainly one of the planar alignments. I'm sure happened, but it's been well out of our lifetimes. So I do you just
Oh
not
boy.
consider yourself
Are we are we going to explain this?
I'll explain it, it's fine.
Maybe out of the room, just in case
You speak
freaks out.
Elvish, right?
I do.
Maybe out of
Good,
the
that will make
room,
this
we-
way
we-
easier for me to explain. I will get out of the room, hold
we
on.
are trying to rest.
I will leave the room.
Right here up against the wall.
No!
It's a really weird. She has
I
a
like
weird
to
tick where she
imagine-
punches the wall when she listens.
I like to imagine that while I am saying, like, this will be way easier to explain, Piper is literally trying to interrupt me to tell me to leave, and I'm like, I'm going!
That is literally what I am doing. That is...
Alright, have a good night, Piper.
I'm leaving! I will have this conversation.
There is
Has Frederick taken the hammock?
At this point, he was first sitting on it, but now he will claim it.
No one take the chair. I'm watching.
There are other hammocks, by the way, that you can set up.
Yeah. Like I said, Piper has like probably like a crate of them.
Okay. So it just walks outside. Okay.
Door slams closed.
Don't mind me. Are these two barrels? Are they filled with something? They have.
There's two barrels.
Probably.
They
They're
are
probably
probably
filled.
filled with something, but that also means that it's weighted down, so you can put your hand.
Climb up onto him.
So you could put a hammock between the two of them, and if they're weighted, you
Alright.
wouldn't, you know.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll claim this spot right here.
Yeah,
Let's
you can
sleep
set up a little
outside.
hammock there.
I
Okay.
wish we could put people like between the lines. Or on the lines.
I think only I can.
Oh, look at you with your fancy powers.
Yeah, let's have this conversation off the line.
Off the grid.
off the line. We got...
Put me off the grid.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was out of line. It's
Put me off the grid. Do it.
Can the stream see this?
yes.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Let's go. All right. Now I'm ready to have this conversation.
This seems wrong.
The funny thing is, we'd have to be like off the line to be on like the cannons correctly,
Yes.
which I think is funny. It's fine. You could do that if we ever needed to use them.
So, let's suppose. Where would you like to start?
I
How
don't know where
do
to
I ask
start.
that question?
So
So-
you're not from here. Are you from a different island? Or...
No, I am very much as our friend Frederick suggested, from a different plane of existence. I figured this should be put out here anyway, since you are traveling with us. This will get brought up, I believe. So the short answer is I was referred to as, what was the number again? Was it 2-4 something?
217.
217. There was a 7. I was right the first time. I should have just stuck with the first one. Anyway. So, the reason I was referred to as Subject 217, or I guess they didn't call me Subject, but 217 is because I believe that is the number I was assigned when our doctor that we are tracking attempted and succeeded in pulling someone from a different plane of existence.
Forced man-made inner alignment?
Yes, and that is why we are quite concerned with his actions. But as you can probably guess, we were not exactly keen on sharing with everyone that I am from a different plane of existence.
That's fairly understandable.
Especially because I had recently had a kidnapping attempted on me.
That explains a lot. I honestly should have figured that out before.
That being said, the large, I believe Glory called it a tiger? Not a tiger, it's a displacer beast. But that is also from the plane of existence in which I hail, thus leading me to believe that our lieutenant that we are now also tracking is also from the same plane of existence, as I do not see any other way he would have tamed a displacer beast.
Interesting. That would make a great deal of sense. If they are hard to tame.
Yes, it also lines up with the fact that Dragonborn do in fact exist where I hail from. I have seen them before, but only of the onyx and black variety, of which our lieutenant happens to be a black Dragonborn, as I understand.
Doesn't... Oh, that would make sense, I suppose. I don't know anything about where you hail from, so I would take your word for that. That coincidence to be likely more than a coincidence.
Things seem to line up too well.
Yes.
For it not to be. At least in my opinion.
Would make sense.
So
another planar alignment man-made. It's very
concerning.
Yes. I mean, we've heard of the land of the Hells and the Abyss. If he were to open up a connection to one of those, that would be potentially devastating. And is the reason he's been hunting the shard mines because he needs them for that?
That is the running theory, yes.
So,
something about them being useful in opening this gateway, I suppose you would call it.
Well, shard mines there are innately psionic in some ways, so that might have something to do with it, I would imagine. That's... She rubs her temples. It's a lot to take in, but... Thank you for telling me, I guess, first of all.
Well, you did, put quite a bit of effort into protecting us before, so I figured, especially if you're going to continue traveling with us, it would come up eventually. Better to do it now, at a time that you may have time to wrap your head around it, than when it is inconvenient to be distracted by.
I'm almost worried that I perhaps a more seasoned Dignitas should have been put on this instead of I. I'm the youngest of the Dignitas, and so while this is a little out of my depth, I'm happy to help. I just...
Well, there is still the concern of trust, especially with the newfound knowledge that our new organization in the shadows could be listening. It is nice to have someone I trust rather than someone who's good and is willing to stab me in the back.
Well, I will do my best, regardless.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna have to sit on this. It's quite a... That's just very worrying, and my mind is immediately going to what ifs, but that is not helpful. So I will refrain.
If there are any questions that you might have about where I hail from, do feel free to ask.
Once I've gathered my thoughts on this a little more, be sure to do so.
So Hero like do a little bow again and like dip back into the quarters to go sit down and meditate.
She bows back in like the just kind of mimicking. She's going to sleep under the sail. You know what? No lines for me.
No. You know what? Can I also be put on no lines? I want to be on the chair. Take us all off the grid.
Here we go, guys. We got you.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. We did it. We're unaligned. Glory shall remain a square.
I'm just gonna put Bronwyn there. There you go.
There it is. Chaotic neutral.
We're all off the grid.
Now it can't be tracked anymore.
Yeah. So as you all, unless there was any last things, before you guys all go to bed. Okay. As you all come to rest here, we're gonna take a break.
All right.
Yeah. And we'll be back in 10-15 minutes. So.
Woo!
See you again here soon. And we're back. So, I guess actually I'll just explain this to them too, to the viewers. I was just explaining to the players that the word cult is almost exclusively heard is in cult pop culture, like cult classics, and stuff like that. The word cult, while it is known what the definition is, cults themselves are almost unheard of in the modern day of age. You might have heard of them in history classes, but it's never noted what they were worshiping.
History, history classes.
Or reading books.
Yeah.
But that's just that's what I was telling the players about. So you guys all wake up in the morning. Piper a bit earlier than everybody else.
Yeah, they're actually.
Hey, I'm already awake.
Oh, that's a good point.
They're
I
gonna
never
leave
slept.
Good point.
they're gonna leave like their coat and like hat and all that, basically all that stuff that's extra, like on a coat rack before they leave. So they're just like in their shirt, pants, and boots and stuff, because it's probably gonna be work that is like wearing several layers is not a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. And you head off.
I'm just gonna bring the short sword too, just so you have that noted.
Gotcha.
In case something happens.
So you step off of the dock, and
I imagine as soon as
Combat.
Piper like opens the door to leave the like captain's cabin, so he's just like, "Good luck at your job."
Yeah.
You are able to get back to Myrtle's foundry quickly enough.
I'm sure this is still work they were used to. They probably did this as a kid.
Yes, but maybe not quite in this nice of a foundry.
Yeah, no, it was probably on a ship that was disgusting.
Yeah. Do you walk in through the front, or do you walk to the back?
I'll walk to the back where the forge is.
Okay. You can actually see there. You actually don't know her name. You never asked her name. But the Furbolg woman is there. And she is currently stoking the fire of the forge to kind of roar it to life and bring it up to the right temperature for the metals that they use here. And she just, welcome. It's good to see you this morning. Is there, before I guess we get started, are you allergic to any sort of metals or anything? I know that that's a
no, nothing
exists.
that I can think of.
Very well. If you could, we do need to keep this forge up to around 400 degrees. If you would please look over that, make sure it's at the right temperature. Over here is the gauge that we use to ensure that it's at the right temperature. Within about 10 to 15 degrees. Here is the billow. We have other coal and charcoal over there, and today we're going to be working on a number of different blades for the Dignitas. So
I'll work as hard as I can.
Glad to hear it.
I'm guessing there's like an apron and gloves and shit that I can grab in.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll do that. Roll my sleeves up, probably up to the elbows, because it's I'm by a forge. It's gonna be fucking hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot back here. Yeah. And
for medieval times, they're dressed quite indecently.
Yes, indeed. But as you start working back here, and you start bringing it up to temperature, the work seems pretty menial. Nothing that really uh presses your limits. It's just it might you probably will just be very exhausted after today.
Very sweaty.
Yes, that too. You actually get to see her do some of the work as far as the metal that they use is actually not one metal. It is an alloy, and you can see her create it. It is a mixture of these different one that you definitely recognize as iron, just from like the coloration of the ore. And then you actually see that it's like a 9-to-1 ratio of nine parts iron, one part, and then you see this kind of like bluish green ore, this just tiny piece of bluish green ore that gets added to the mix as well.
Can I ask her what it is?
Oh, it's mithril.
Mithril.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't I recognize mithril?
So you never got to really. So when the whole thing happened, with the heist and stuff, you were not present for that. You definitely heard about it, but you were not.
I wish you would have told me before.
I don't think that you were.
I had been going on assuming that I was the entire time, and I brought up multiple times in character that I was.
Okay, well that was my bad then. Then fine. You were present. Then you would recognize it. But in this small quantity, it does look a little weird.
I just wish you would have told me that I wasn't there.
No, you could have been. You could have been there. I was under the impression you were not. And I did not remember, which is my bad.
Yeah, because I had bragged about it to.
No, absolutely.
What's her name? I don't know why I'm forgetting her name. She's literally a part of the party.
Staff. Sergeant Staff.
Yeah.
Sergeant Staff.
Yeah, you recognize it then. It's mithril. And it does, like, you've never heard of it getting mixed in with other metals before. And then as it combines and they start to melt, it starts to take on that sort of purplish, that dark gray purplish hue that you had seen before on the other weapons.
So, what do you call it?
Well, Myrtle wants to call it Danium. He says that it was he wouldn't name it after me. My name's Daisy, by the way. So he wanted to call it Danium, but that's what he continues to call it, but I never really give it too much thought.
I mean, it might be a good idea to patent it. Maybe extend business if you wanted to.
Oh, it's been
Sell it.
But it is
It has been.
yeah, we just didn't, the name was not required. The process is the part that we patented.
See, do you sell it raw?
Raw, no.
Or not raw, but in bars rather.
In ingot format. It's
yeah.
We've done it before in the past to some other forges in other parts of Moonhold, or in Marin in general. We've also traded a good amount of it to the mechanocracy, as your goblin friend I mentioned yesterday. It's something that we happened upon under circumstance. I'm a little bit younger than Myrtle is, but I was working as his hand in here, his helper in here, and we happened upon it during that time.
Very nice.
Thank you. And then she like goes and like takes out the metal and like starts to put it into different blades, like blade formats and sizes.
Do they have whetstones here?
Yeah, they do.
How many?
Quite a few. Just kind of, some of them are just about like there's like probably a bucket somewhere that has a bunch of them.
Could I ask her for if I could have one?
Certainly.
Grab one and pocket it for future use.
Just nods and continues her work. Myrtle eventually comes out. He like sets down what looks to be like a bucket and like a rag and some other things. Which you imagine he must have gone through and just polished all of the wares in the shop in the morning just to make it look nice and pristine. And then yeah, you got the work is pretty menial. Other than that, it's sometimes like, oh, I need you to go grab that crate of iron ore in a wheelbarrow and bring it over and stuff like that.
And I imagine the temperature stuff too, occasionally like shoveling
Yep.
coal and stuff.
Yep. Sometimes it's holding something steady while they hammer into it.
It's an experience. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It is. So, we'll go to the others. Psyche is there anything else Psyche is doing in the morning? Just kind of looking over the new spells, or looking over the spells for the day.
Sakir is dead.
Damn.
Sorry, I'm here. I
You're good.
thought I was unmuted. What's up? Sorry.
Very good. I was just saying, is there anything else you were doing since you were up in the morning?
Probably not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'm not keen on going out and about, considering I have no spellcasting focus currently.
Yeah.
It is gone.
Mm.
So
Fair
I'm
enough.
probably just you know what? I'm probably just playing with loyalty. Just spending time with my little lad.
I'm so tempted to be like, oh, I want Bronwyn and Frederick to roll checks to see if they hear just clack 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 of bone. No. Yeah, it's easy enough. Are you doing it in the room or out on the front of the ship?
Probably just like messing with him, like where I'm sitting.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Eventually, the others can start to wake up. If there's anything anybody wants to do early in this morning, between Bronwyn, Frederick, and Ferrets.
Well, I would like to go to the Spire and get my cordial invitation to house Shadowcast.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Anyone would like to go with me?
I would not like to go. The last time I went to the Spire, they tried to kidnap me.
Fair.
I can just travel with, just so that you have a companion out. Also, I now realize that Piper has went out without a companion. Hopefully, they made it to their work.
Well, I was not traveling with Piper, so I think the captain will be fine.
Hopefully. And if they did make it to their work, well, we have eyewitnesses, at least. Would be safe there. Very well. Onwards to the Spire.
Alrighty. You guys start walking on that way. It'll take you about an hour or so to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice walk in the early morning. Pretty calm, at least until you start getting closer to the spire, in which case it starts to get a little bit more fast-paced. People running off to do different things. Classes start soon is one of the, seems to be one of the things. People are like a bunch of students like going around and like going to different stores and grabbing like their school supplies. The school sent out like the list of all the things that they need for the semester. But yeah, soon enough it is easy for you to get there and make your way up to I believe it was Funnel that said that.
Yes, it was Funnel.
You are able to get to her and get she's just kind of in her office.
Before we go over there, actually.
Yeah.
Want to satisfy a curiosity of mine.
Sure.
Is there like a reception place that I could talk to?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
A receptionist or something?
Yeah. Are you looking for a receptionist for the building? Like the
Yes, for the spire itself, yes.
For the spire itself, like the whole school.
Yes.
There is a front building, yes. That's like the admissions office.
Yes.
And stuff like that. Yes, there is there is a coordinator's office there.
All right. So Ferret's gonna go over to the desk.
Behind it's just a normal astral.
Right.
Hello. Is there something I can do for you?
Just checking in. I am going to speak with Professor Funnel, but I also had another question to ask, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Has the principal have they arrived yet? Have they come back?
The headmaster is back, but has been rather busy, as far as I understand. Classes are starting up again, and then apparently some other topic of importance is come to light, and they are that she is investigating.
I believe I may know what this topic of importance is. Well, I'm glad to know that she's safe. And arrived at the Moonhold. That is all. I thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go over to Funnel now.
Yep. It's easy enough. She is in her office, and the door is actually just open.
Right.
This time she's kind of sitting inside.
I'm just gonna like knock on the side of the door, and it's like, Professor Funnel.
Ah, it's good to see you again, Ferriton. Oh, you are here. Did I say yesterday? Yes.
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 I was here yesterday.
Here is my letter from or I sent a letter to Shadowcast, but here is my, I guess, the companion letter that you may show to him once you've arrived.
Prove my identity. Yes.
Yes.
Very well. That is exactly why I was here today. Has the research we conducted yesterday, has it proven any more? Has it proven more effective? More things were found out?
It has definitely caught the eye of some other scholars around here. Unfortunately, as I would say the closest thing to an expert we have at the school on the subject, it is something that we are hoping to investigate in the future. So if you are ever willing to come back to go through some additional experiments, we would be most thankful. And
Very well. Well, hopefully after my expedition to Cassini, I will be back in Moonhold, and then we can discuss such experiments.
very well. If I may make a suggestion before you head off,
Yes?
I would greatly recommend you taking the detour to the latter Sables on the other side of Lake Nijok. Once you get near Cassini, it is
I
a
see.
beautiful sight and probably one of the best views in all of Marin, and in my opinion, one of the best views in the world.
Well, when we arrive there, I'll pass on the idea to the rest of my traveling companions.
We'll have a chance to look.
Yes.
Very well. Oh, and I don't believe we've met. Looks at Frederick.
Frederick.
Pleasure
Frederick
to meet
Wallace.
you. I am Professor Funnel of Arcane Biology, specializing in Dracology.
Dracology?
Yes, the study of dragons.
Ah, okay.
This is who I have been conversing with about our little friend. And just like,
Yes, that's very appropriate.
And we've come to some very interesting conclusions as of right now, but I'm sure there's more to learn.
Oh, I'm certain of it. So, as I find things, I will let you know. I've been doing some digging, and I'm currently looking through some of the books in the forbidden, well, not forbidden, the restricted tomes area, to see if
Very well. Good.
if
I
there's
wish there
anything
was a
there.
way for us to communicate over large amounts of distance. I would know about like
Sending.
sending stones
Yes.
existing.
Sending
right?
stones, yeah. Yeah.
Like a sending stone or something like that.
Uh,
The Spire wouldn't have those on their
to
materials.
to hand out, unfortunately, no. However, I do have the sending spell. I am versed in it,
Very well.
so I would be
That
able
will-
to
that will
contact you in
suffice,
the
yes.
future.
Very good, very good. Well, I think this concludes our business for today, and hopefully I will be back in Moonhold in a couple of days, maybe a week.
Very well. It was a pleasure to see you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Same to you.
Dr. Legret.
Same to you, Professor Fennel. Are you a doctor as well? I'm not sure.
I'm actually working on my PhD right now.
Very good, very good. Good luck on that.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you'll ace it. Oh, am I going to be part of your PhD? Actually,
I definitely think that this is worth a mention. Absolutely.
very well. I'm happy to be of help.
Thank you so much. It just gives a very happy, like, very cheery smile.
Very well. Well, I hope to see you soon. I'm just gonna head out.
Okay, yeah. You're able to head on out. Is there anything else you two wanted to do while you guys were out?
Not particularly.
Nah.
Frederick?
No?
I have no plans today, but just to wait.
Okay. Well, as you guys head back, is there anything else? While those two were gone for a couple of hours, was there anything Psyche or Bronwyn were up to?
Not that I can think of.
Adea will stop in and say, If it is all right with you, before we leave, I am going to go grab just a few things from my abode. It's I did not realize this would be a lengthier assignment, so I want to make sure I'm prepared.
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, I will
Do
be.
you need a partner, or?
If either one of you would like to accompany me, you're welcome to.
Are you gonna be okay here by yourself? Like, or well, I guess Glory's done.
I bet I'm here. Wow, that's just rude.
Sorry.
It's like
I
I
can
don't
go.
exist.
If you feel like you need somebody to go with you, I will come with you.
The sergeant just nods. I would appreciate the company.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Lead the way.
Yeah. The sergeant kind of leads you off to a different direction, than towards the spire, kind of closer off towards the east side of the city, as opposed to the toward north towards the central part of the city. And soon enough, you guys are in what seems to be much more like a very nice, not nice, but like it is nice, but a very calm, you'd imagine like medium income sort of neighborhood, with lots of there's lots of beautiful houses, like gardens and plants everywhere that have kind of grown with the things here. The sort of verticality of the city is not quite as present in this part here, with much less like bridges that kind of go on overhang. The paths are all straight with no and no walkways that kind of go under or over at any point. Just kind of houses and gardens and like playgrounds for kids, and yeah, it's a very nice area. And the sergeant just walks up to one of the smaller houses. It's maybe like I'm trying to think of a footage. I'd give it it's like a 500 square foot single story, but it's very nicely made and it's very quaint. And it does have a small front yard and a small backyard. And this the outside is just, it has the nice white painted fences sort of thing, and just very very well kept. And she just kind of looks up, and she doesn't stop you if you try to follow up at all. She just goes to unlock the door.
So follow in out of curiosity.
Okay. Yeah. She opens the door and just kind of walks in, and it's like a small little, I would say a foyer, but that's giving it too much. It's like a teeny tiny area for you to take off your shoes, put up a coat of any kind that you might have, and then immediately kind of down this hallway is the bathroom on the right, and then it goes straight into the rest of the thing. There's a kind of a kitchen / dining room both together, and then in the back of the house is what looks to be a bedroom. It's very I'm trying to think of a way to put it. Lots of ceramic little ceramic little figures of different animals that are very nicely painted. You can see that there is on the table, like what looks to be something that was kind of in the middle of being made. Like she makes these herself. And there's even like a tiny little kiln that's in the corner. Like it's pretty cramped, but she manages to find the space. There is a painting on the wall of what looks to be a slightly younger version of her and a slightly older woman as well, with similar features. You might imagine that to be either her mother or her sister. You're not quite sure. And she goes back into the bedroom there, and you can just kind of hear her shuffling around.
She's gonna check out all the like little painted things and then kind of just call it. So you're an artist, huh?
While I am not an artist in my living trade like my family is, I do enjoy it quite a bit. And it's a pleasant hobby to relax after whatever the day has challenged me with. So it's something I've I guess found some solace in.
But it can be very relaxing, that's for sure.
You notice like here there's like different there's like an albatross is one of them, just like a big bird. There is one that is like what looks to be like a dragon of some kind, just like a red dragon. You can make me a perception check if you'd like.
I don't know what I got because I don't have roll 20. Hold on. Oh.
The rest of it just seems to be like normal animals. It's nothing like really, nothing really jumps out to you about the other belongings here.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. She comes out a bit later with she already had a bag before, but it's that same bag, but you can tell it's visibly more full. And she just kind of slings it over her shoulder. It's like a messenger bag style, and she just slings it over her shoulder. Walks by the kitchen, double checks to make sure like the little oven that she has, like the tiny little oven that she has is off. Just like, you know, standing like, oh man, I want to make sure my house doesn't burn down before I get back sort of deal.
Yeah. Make sure 3 weeks from now you're not like, oh, did I leave my oven on?
Exactly. And she just checks that. Make sure any candles that were on are blown out. Candles that were on, yeah. Candles that were lit are blown out. And she just she walks over the door. Well, thank you for accompanying me. I just had to grab just a couple of things. So.
Yeah, sure, no problem. She'll head towards the door to go out before, so she can lock the door behind her.
She closes the door and locks it. Couple kids come by and just like as you both are at kind of the top of like the 2 or 3 steps that lead down onto like the path that goes to the road. There's like a couple kids at like the front gate. You going somewhere, Miss Saf? Yeah, I'm just going to be gone for a little while helping some people who are in need. Okay, well, we hope you have a good trip. And they just like wave, like they're like maybe like 4 or 5, you'd guess. Just like, and you can see like their parents are across the street kind of talking to each other. And they just wave and like they start kicking the ball back and forth as you guys walk by.
So give them a little wave as they pass by.
they wave back, just like with like a big grin, like, oh, cool. Just like, yeah, I'm assuming like your bow is on you and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, that's so cool.
You tell me a kid's not gonna try to embarrass her.
No.
Damn it. Kid's like, is that your girlfriend?
Nah. I'm sorry that it'd become that predictable. Soon enough, you guys are able to get back to the ship. On the way back, she actually shows you a couple of the things that she grabbed. One of them is like a locket that she has of her sister, which now that you see it, it is the same one that was in the portrait with her. Other thing is like she has some essentially like a med kit, essentially like a just some supplies for healing, and then also some extra sets of clothes. So pretty standard stuff.
Mm-hmm. She's a true Girl Scout.
Yep. She actually has a sash. No, she already has a sash. That's part of the Dignitas outfit. Is a purple sash.
You put little badges on it.
Yeah. That is actually how they identify. That's how they identify rank. But yeah, that's. I didn't think about that until now.
Can't believe the Dignitas are just Girl Scouts.
Can't believe the military is just Girl Scouts.
Who's our best guards for the royalty? Who are they? Girl Scouts. Ah.
They're Girl Scouts with weapons.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yep.
They're way cooler.
Abe's gun at you. Buy our fucking cookies.
Do you want a thin mint?
There is a correct answer.
I have some tagalongs here.
We will show up again, and we will ask again.
We're outside of every single general store too.
Oh, that's so funny.
God, I didn't even think about that until now. That was how they distinguish rank as well. Damn.
Well, you're welcome for me to point that out.
It's fine. It's funny.
It is. Yeah. Soon enough, you guys are able to get back. All of you would get back, except for Piper, is still at work.
How long was I supposed to be working?
It's
again?
until like a 24-hour period, so until evening, essentially.
When was my dagger gonna be done?
Evening. Because I was like, is about.
So I'm basically gonna go pick up Piper.
Yes.
We got Piper after work.
They do feed you, as well. They can give you some.
If I do have a break, I'd probably use the break to use that whetstone to start sharpening my short sword.
You can do
since I
that.
brought it with me.
Totally. And they give you some food.
Yeah.
Some nice meats and
I forget. How long would it take to upgrade a weapon? Through like sharpening? Yeah. Through sharpening it. Like they're using like the tool to do it.
Trying to remember what this is from.
Are you not able to sharpen weapons?
Let me double check this. This was. You spend 1 minute. Okay, yeah. Sorry. You can't. So it is. When you spend 1 minute sharpening a non-magical weapon, you get with a whetstone. It gives +1 bonus damage, attack damage for the next 8 hours, and 1 hour less per every battle. I would just not make that. I would just make that until the next battle. It'll give you +1 to damage until the next battle.
Okay. Yeah, because it's a bit weird. Like, because if I'm not using it, why would it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. And it's only a minute. Wow.
Yeah. Pretty short.
Yeah, so I'll if I do have a break, I'll take my break to sharpen my short sword.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad I grabbed that whetstone. I'll try to remember to do that regularly.
Totally. So, eventually, unless there's anything that anybody else wants to do before evening hits.
Not really, no.
Just hanging out on the boat,
Yeah.
I guess, all day.
Totally. When Adea and Bronwyn come back, they are just eating like this like dark chocolate cookie of some kind.
It was a Thin Mint?
Yeah, it's a thin. No, I'm joking. We obviously they're the ones that sell mooncakes.
Mhm.
The Moon Mint?
Yeah, moon mint. Moon thins. I don't know. Eventually,
A Moonhold exclusive.
yeah. Eventually it does get to evening, and you're able to go pick up Piper from work.
Alright. It's about time I receive my new blade. Who would like to come with me since I don't have a weapon and I don't like walking around by myself anymore?
Trauma.
I mean,
Why not head out again?
we could just go as a group. It's pretty close by, wasn't it? It
It
seemed
wasn't
like you guys
too
were.
far as I recall.
It seemed like you guys went and came back pretty quickly yesterday. So Adea just kind of nods and stands.
Yeah, I think we can just go as a group. And Brahman will get up as well.
Okay, yeah.
Alright. Yeah, sure.
Off we go.
You all go off as a group. As they're heading over, Piper, they help you finish up, they finish up their work in the forge, and it's basically just cleaning up after that.
Cooling it off, making sure it's not gonna set anything on fire.
Yep, precisely. And once they're done, they bring you up to the inside of the store part. Do you hand over the rest of that money,
Yep.
minus the 67? And they will hand over the pistol, and free of charge, they hand over 10.
Let's go.
10 bullets as well.
Now you can actually use the pistol.
0 gold.
We really appreciated your help in the forge today. You've got a talent for it. So if you ever
It was my pleasure.
get tired of this adventuring thing, seems like your group seems like adventurers. I'm just getting honest with you. Ever get tired of this adventuring thing? You're welcome to come back here and pick up a trade.
I'll keep it in mind.
Alrighty. And then
How
about
am I
that
adding
time,
this to my inventory?
there is a.
I couldn't find it when I searched for it. I couldn't find any.
Oh, it's because I don't own it's probably because I don't own the DM's guide, and it is only a DM's guide thing.
Yeah, I think that's funny because the where is it? Fucking gunner for the actual proficiency in firearms, it says to look in the DM's guide for it.
Yeah.
And that's why I had to add it as custom, because you don't have the DM's guide.
I would
That's so
just
funny.
if I had the money, I would just buy it right now, but I don't. So I'll send
Just
you.
send me the stats and I'll put it in myself.
Yeah, it's What's the last time I messaged you? There it is. That's pretty good. Okay. And it's the top one in the Renaissance items section. They again do the same thing that they did before with Ferritin. They contour it to your hand. So it
you
feels...
said it was a bit smaller than a normal flintlock. Would it be considered light? Like I could use it in one hand while with another weapon in the other?
No. I just I'm trying to let me think of the way I was trying. It's just generally it's like very few ranged weapons are light because it is like the metal barrel is the thing that makes it a little heavier either way. So it might be small, but it is heavy.
I was wondering. It says it's only 3 pounds. That's why I was wondering.
I'd say you could upgrade it to get that light, to add the light property if that's okay with you, but it is not innately light.
Okay.
But you have a pistol. And about that time, Psyche and the rest of the group can enter.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to see you. We had no problems with your enchantment. And now this dagger is completely ready to be used as your focus. And you can see now it does have like the ruby kind of in the cross guard little bit of the edge of the hilt of the blade.
Nice. Now I can cast with the funny dagger.
Well, if
nothing, go first.
If there's anything else any of you need, please feel free to come back and just ask for any help that you might need for editing things, upgrading things. We're happy to do so. And we hope you
Perhaps
stay...
if I ever come across something better than this, I'll come back here to have it moved again.
Very well. Well, if there's nothing else you need, we do hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening and stay safe out there.
You.
You guys see the gnome, and then the rest of you that weren't there before, you just see gnome, giant 7-foot, 3-inch furbolg.
Zoe, I have another question. It's a ranged weapon, so it's dex, right?
Yes.
Cool. Does it say anything? Doesn't say anything. Okay, so I'm not stupid. I didn't just miss it.
Yeah, no. I don't think any ranged weapon specifically states that it's ranged or that it's dex. Yeah. But as you guys all head out, is there anything that you guys want to do, or anywhere you guys want to go before you head back to the ship? Or are you heading back to the ship? You guys could just completely forsake that.
I'm gonna head back to the ship.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Alrighty. Well, you guys are able to get back to the ship easily enough. And you are just waiting there if there's anything you want to do, or you it is since it was 24 hours or so, it's like 6 or 7 time wise, 7 p.m. As you guys make it back onto the boat. So I don't know if you wanted to pull up sail right there and then, or
I'm ready to go. If everyone else is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you start pulling up the sail and getting things prepared.
I'm probably letting everybody know like what to do if something happens, you know?
Yeah.
It's who here knows what they're doing, basically. Does anybody here know anything about this?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Let me roll for Sap.
Were
Am I
there
going
even
to have to teach you guys.
Were there
I-
a lot of ships in the Shadowfell?
There were no such thing as ships in the Shadowfell.
We didn't. This is new.
I could have an idea.
Yeah, you would have an idea, and Adea also has an idea. I've worked one once before, one of the Dignitas vessels, so I'm aware of how to.
Right. We'll you two should be on deck then. I assume we're like on the we're like up here now, right? If we're
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm up here. You know what? Considering the fact that you guys don't know what you're doing, Bronwyn, why don't you like pull up anchor? It's the easiest job.
Okay, sure.
Roll me a strength check.
Okay.
Athletics is fine.
Oh, okay.
You having a tough time?
I'm not having a good day.
You okay over there?
It's fine. I'm working on it.
It takes a solid couple of minutes before
He's
that.
probably just staring at her the entire time, like, "Are you okay?
It's like-
Are you good?"
It comes up and it is covered in muck. Yeah, it's covered in muck when you pull it up. And
This
just
seems to have made things more difficult.
Yeah, should probably clean that.
and you guys are now loose of the thing, and do you start leading them on towards the river, the river
Yes.
delta? All right.
Indeed.
Start taking them towards the river delta, and pretty quickly you find yourself. So I'm gonna pull up the creator I used for this because they have a measuring tool. So your boat can do about, I believe it was 1.5 miles an hour. So it's not a breakneck pace.
You said it was because I remember you said it was 3 when I'm actually downwind, right?
Yes, it is 3 when you're
'Cause
actually
it's double.
downwind. What hat are you? Which hat are you wearing? Okay, by the way.
You know what? For fun, let's put on the special hat because I did take my other hat off, so
Mhm. Yeah.
it gives me a reason to want to put it on, the new one on.
About an hour or so into this journey, you realize what the hat is. And let me make that so it is visible to you. You should now have another magic item listed there. It is if you'd like to tell them about it, but it's you realize this as the hat is kind of flowing in the wind. You realize what it is.
That's very cool. So realizing what it does, how do I do this? What am I supposed to do?
It is essentially, you can do it in a number of ways. A focus, like you were thinking about what you want it to do, or you could just like direct it with your hands, or just like it's pretty freeform. However you would like to style that.
I'm gonna lift my hand up towards like straight up, and then like palm first push forward to make the wind go directly into our sail.
Yep.
For you said an hour, right?
Yep.
That is so cool.
Would you like to read the whole thing of it?
Yeah. I'll read the entire description. A soft velvety tricorn hat with a black feather pinned in the rear. This hat was said to have once belonged to a captain that sailed along the astral sea. Once per long rest, for an hour, you may change the general direction of wind flow. This does not change the speed, which I assume is the speed of the wind.
Yes. And the name.
Is it a windy day?
It's a fairly windy evening. And the name of this item is True Meridian.
Very cool.
So you get basically an extra 3 hour or 3 mile burst.
For an hour.
For an hour, yeah. Let me do the math here. That gets you out of Lunalia Cove. You'll get out of Lunalia Cove soon enough. But then you have to go around the peninsula into. Okay, this is gonna be a long trek, just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me do the math here. I'm gonna. For the first day, you guys are actually not even gonna make it to the river delta. You're gonna make it around the peninsula that Moonhold is near. So around like past Lunalia Cove and just around the edge of that peninsula.
It would be kind of cool.
What?
Like a visual thing for when we're doing this.
I would love to do that. That is a lot of work.
Well, what I was thinking is you could like pull up. Could you use the map that you made as a background?
Yeah, I could.
Then you can make a token of the ship and just have it go around like that.
That's a good point.
That's what I was thinking.
I can do that in the future. Yeah. You guys, if there's anything for that first day, you guys would like to do it while you're on the boat. Any conversations, anything you are welcome.
Would anyone be near Piper at the helm?
I guess if Fred is not doing anything.
Where the fuck is the helmet? Oh, there it is.
If anybody's near them, they're probably trying to explain like how to man the helm for when they need to rest. So that we could do it in shifts.
It's like here is up there, probably like not fully understanding.
A day
They're
can
going to
be up there
explain
as well.
nonetheless. They are going to explain nonetheless. What to anyone who will listen, because they are not going to do this to exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What kind of things are you saying?
I'm just like explaining how it all works and like what you need to do in specific situations and stuff like that. I don't know how to put it into words.
We are not sailors. Most of us are not sailors.
Brad here is a sailor. Brad, you need to teach me. Once we finish this.
Unironically, we play Sea of Thieves.
We do play Sea of Thieves.
It is very. For how much I give Sea of Thieves because of just pride, it's very similar to Sea of Thieves. Sometimes you have to pre-plan everything you do. Of like, if you see something away, a sailboat doesn't turn quickly.
Yeah.
This vessel will turn very quickly because it's very small, but you have to pre-plan stuff and you have to sailing it. God, we're in a river. Sailing in the wind is like a nightmare scenario because you don't have much room to negotiate. If you don't have much room to negotiate, but we're also
going upriver too. We are going against the current.
Mm-hmm. So we would just be really slow. That's really it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's just the thing about the helm is you gotta keep your hands on it like a car.
Yeah.
Because the river will just take your other rudder and just.
Yeah, they'd probably be explaining that. They'd especially be explaining that stuff like about when we get to the river of like.
Yeah.
We'll be going very slow, and you'll need to be very careful.
Keep your hands on the helm. Never take it off unless you're going to give it to someone else.
So I have one more question.
What's up?
Unrelated to this, gestures to the wheel. You were talking earlier about that job, right?
What do you mean?
The one that we might do on our
Oh.
way back.
Yes.
What's a cult?
It's like this thing. It's
I've not heard that word.
so you know
What
you
does
know.
it mean?
Have you ever heard the word fanatic?
A thing?
It's similar to that, and they worship something, and they're very dangerous.
Well, yes. Well, do you know? Do you know
Trying
what
to
the word
explain-
eccentric means?
You could just tell me the word in Elvish.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't. I was explaining.
very
it.
well. No,
I didn't know you were here listening.
That makes so much sense.
Is there a word for it in Elvish?
Yes, believe there is, and I'm just gonna say cult in Elvish.
I suppose I should have just looked for someone who spoke Elvish in the first place, but I did not want to leave our conversation.
I'm over at the top deck is very crowded right now. I'm over here.
It's. I think it's funny because I'm trying to explain it as somebody who barely knows what it means.
But yes, cult. That is the word for it.
Very rare. I don't. You said that before, and I'm not entirely certain what he could be referring to. I've never heard of a cult, especially not in Kepler.
Oh yes.
Well,
Maybe it's because they're well hidden.
Hmm.
The Thieves Guild
And-
knows things that the general public tends to hear nothing of.
and to be fair, there is kind of more interesting things happening recently.
Very, very true.
This cult may very well be a result of influence from the Shadowfell, perhaps.
All the more reason to investigate them when we get the chance.
I wouldn't see anyone well. No, I take that back. I could see someone I would consider not evil, but I don't like the rumors I've heard back home about them.
I see. Well, we'll figure this out when we get there. We cross that bridge when we get
It's gonna be a long journey.
there. Oh, I'm aware. I've done
We-
expeditions like these before.
I'm sure you were on a larger ship.
Oh, no, actually, I've the first time I've ever been on a ship was when I went over from the Free States over here. Certainly very large carts, perhaps.
Just know that this thing is nowhere near as impressive as a lot of the other ships that we could be on.
We didn't have these in the Shadowfell.
Do you not have
Fucking just blinks.
do you not have oceans?
No.
Do you not have water?
I mean, I would assume yes, there is
Yes,
water,
yes,
but
there-
not
yes.
enough to be traveled
Yes.
across.
How does life exist without Oceans.
I mean, we have water still. It's just that
But
there wasn't enough to travel across it with a vessel
There
like
has
this.
to be an ocean somewhere. There's no.
There is
can't be.
swampland to point out, but not.
There's swamps. We have swamps, marshes, and such.
So did you still have boats? Just not ships?
Animals.
Did we?
You used animals to cross things instead of boats.
We had creatures that took us across. No vessels such as this.
Creatures like.
Seems unreliable.
Well, let's think about that giant
wasn't
cat we
enough.
saw earlier.
There wasn't enough water to have to make a vessel, therefore the creatures were more reliable.
Let's also think about the creature we saw earlier, the
Displacer beast.
displacer beast. Is that a normal sized creature?
That one was a bigger one, actually.
Okay, that doesn't really support my
that-
theory all too
Is
well.
that, like, can they be bigger?
Can they?
They could be a little bit bigger. Like that one was like not abnormally large. It was just a relatively large of its size.
I mean, they theoretically could get bigger, I think. I don't think that's... I'm sure that's not the biggest one on record, it's just the biggest one I've ever seen.
Just making sure that's not some abnormality.
No, I'm sure I'm sure I may have seen something nearly as big before. It's just... I was a little more caught up in the fact that there was a big one in Renala.
Mm-hmm.
A little concerning. We also have, are there big spiders in Renala?
Not that you've seen.
We also have, I think you call those little creatures spiders? We have those, but they're huge. Very large.
Uh-huh.
Piper just, like, shivers.
They're not bad. They're just, they're creatures. They're out and about.
I'm just imagining, like, you guys have played Grounded, right?
No.
No.
Yes.
Okay. The spiders in that game.
Yeah.
Is
and
the
I
spiders
play
that big in the Shadowfell?
They can get that big. You've never seen one that big, but it's.
But I've heard of one that big.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Now there are some.
Big ass spiders.
There are some massive spiders in the Shadowfell.
I don't have arachnophobia, but the spiders in Grounded scare me.
And they come
That's
in
a
the
different kind of
then
fear,
they come
though.
in the different varieties of like the very like spindly kind and also the much meatier kind.
Giant daddy long legs.
Giant black widow. Rat recluse. That's
I think the giant daddy long legs is a better thought. I don't want to think about the other ones. I like daddy long legs. I vibe with them.
Yeah.
Giant jumping spider, my beloved.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's fun stuff.
Hopefully we don't encounter any of those.
Hopefully. I would like to encounter some, well, maybe not here, but
No,
I would
here.
like to
Here is what I'm
see-
talking about, Sekir.
Well, you should clarify. I personally would love to see some familiar faces in my own home to at least know that I could get back to it.
I've seen enough sea beasts. I don't need to see anything that large on land. Ugh.
Is this normal, like a fear of those little creatures?
I'm not afraid of the little ones. I'm sure there are a few of them on the ship.
mean-
You can notice Adea is tense when Piper says that.
Was she
I
not
mean-
expecting it? It's a fucking ship. There's gonna be bugs.
She wasn't thinking about it.
You brought it to her attention.
I
They're
see.
just- They're just, you know.
I'm sure that if there are any
Be sure to check your sheets before you go to sleep.
large
By the way.
spiders, that we can converse with them and settle an agreement. To not bother
mean, they're-
us.
Oh wait, no, you can do that, can't you? I was going to say,
yes.
perhaps I don't think that's a thing that we can do, but I forgot.
Oh yes, I have learned a
You
thing or
did
two.
talk to the ferret?
Yes, the ferret
Oh.
talked to the ferret.
Ferret talked to a ferret. That's funny. I didn't think about that until now.
Yep.
That's in character. Piper says that.
Any more questions about the shadow?
So, was anyone listening when I was explaining
I
Harlem and the
was.
helm?
Yeah,
I
it was.
kind of.
Yes.
Would someone like to take the helm while I go to rest? It's been a long day.
I don't think I should.
You're quite short, and I don't have a stool. I'm sorry.
I could take the helm first.
I had one question about the Shadowfell, if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
You said there were onyx and black dragons.
Correct.
Dragonborn.
Well, there's dragons too, but the Dragonborn, there's a handful of them.
Good. So I'm aware of the black dragonborn variety in here. Would the onyx variety be exclusive to the Shadowfell?
Is it?
Neither of you have ever seen an onyx. Oh, actually, no. You have. Sorry, Psycheer has. But Ferreton's certainly never seen one.
I am not sure. I kind of assumed that since the black dragonborn, or the black variety of dragonborn was seen here, I guess I assumed that the onyx one was too, but if you've never seen one, perhaps so.
Very well. And follow up to that question: would there be any discernible differences between the two in terms of appearance?
Crystalline scales is the they're, as opposed to black dragonborn scales, which are much more opaque and much and not very reflective. Onyx dragonborn are very reflective and quite shiny.
Yeah, that.
I see.
Also, their breath weapon is different.
What do black dragonborn breathe?
Black dragonborn, I believe,
Acid.
breathe acid.
What do onyx dragonborn breathe?
Onyx dragonborn breathe soul fire,
Soul fire.
like green and blue fire.
Oh, that's sick.
Alright. So with that knowledge,
Which if that is related, you've never heard of soul fire before, so you're like, no, that's.
Just say like they also breathe soul fire. You're like, what?
and what would that be?
Oh, it's like it's fire, but it's more green, blue. It's not your traditional red.
And
Is
it's
it
much
some-
hotter. Is one thing.
It's quite hot.
I see.
Much more hot than your average fire.
Well, there is a way that could confirm our two hypotheses regarding Castus Shadowcast. Both that he is the lieutenant that we seek, and that
He's
he
from the
may be
Shadowfell.
from the Shadowfell.
I believe whether he's a Black Dragonborn or Onyx, he's probably from the Shadowfell, given that he had a Displacer Beast. It's quite... It takes a lot of effort to tame a creature like that. A lot of time, a lot of patience, from my understanding of it. How it was
Yes.
explained to me.
But would it be possible that their similarities between Onyx and Black Dragonborn have allowed them to exist as just a regular Black Dragonborn here?
I mean, perhaps, but
we will be able to tell the difference, thus confirming our hypotheses.
I suppose. All I'm saying is, if it is just a normal Black Dragonborn, I would not rule out the idea that he is from the Shadowfell. It seems
Yes.
unlikely.
But if they are Onyx, then that confirms it just by looking at them, which is much more helpful than having conversation and trying to figure it out that way. Because we're still not sure if this Castus person is the lieutenant. So that would make things a lot easier.
What? Any other interesting questions about the Shadowfell that I might answer?
That would be all for me. Well, actually, you mentioned that Onyx Dragonborn have crystalline scales. Is that correct?
That is the best way to describe them, yes.
Would it be too much different from Quart?
Let me see Quart again.
Just
Sakira's gonna
put the-
make the mental
put the
comparison
backpack
now.
down and let
yeah.
Quart go and get
So
out
if
of
you
the
were to
backpack.
compare Court to like a white or just like the I should say texture of the scales is almost identical. Like the the reflectiveness of it, the color is different, certainly, but the makeup of the scale is quite the same.
I mean, I never thought about it before, but they are pretty similar. I mean, the color is different, but other than that,
I find it very hard to believe that he would be from the Shadowfell, but perhaps the dragons do move around quite a bit. Would not be unusual to say that they may have traveled the plains in a long time ago, thousands of years ago, perhaps.
perhaps.
As of right now, Quart has only been able to produce fire. He is not a red dragon, or a gold dragon, nor a brass dragon.
Well, I suppose we could confirm that he is at least related to to the Onyx variety of dragon. I suppose when he grows, I assume he doesn't stay that small.
I'm not sure, actually.
Well, we'll find out. And if he starts breathing fire that's significantly hotter and of different color, then we've made a connection now, haven't we?
Oh, yes, actually, yes. Well, we'll think about it. Uh, Quart, would you be able to produce a different type of flame that you have produced before? I don't think so, right?
He just nibbles on your boot.
Yes, that's what I expected.
Like blep, just blep when he looks up at you.
Would you be able to produce a different type of element, perhaps, from one of the other types of dragons? Uh, we'll test it out on the trip. We have plenty of days to figure this out. I'm gonna just stay here on top deck, but someone else take the helm.
I think that Frederick was doing the helm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got distracted talking about the fact that Saikir's never seen a boat before.
Yeah, Piper had probably already walked away. They said, take the helm, I'm going to sleep, so...
Yeah. Odea is kind of watching Frederick because she imagines she's going to take the next one, the next watch. Leans up against like the nearest ledge and just kind of watches. Glory is tonight going to sleep over here. Oh, he's off the boat. Oh no!
Oh no, we
Gone.
ran him over.
overboard.
Sucks. Anyway.
Sorry, imp overboard.
Imagining bed. A day, just
Right.
yeah. I don't know if there's anything else you guys wanted to do as the evening draws on a bit further. It's probably around 1 or 2 a.m. at this point.
I'm really glad I have night vision.
It's also open ocean right here. As you go past, like, you can very clearly, because thanks to the city, you can very clearly see the coast. Because of lamps and lanterns and all of that, and how populated this area is. So it's thankfully pretty easy. It does make looking for shoals and any other like sandbars a little bit difficult. But you haven't had any issues yet.
Yeah, just do like a little, just do half sail at night so you don't.
Yep.
Because it's just harder to see shit,
Also,
no matter what.
I am sure I left my navigator tools with whoever's at the helm, so they can use them.
So you totally have your sextant.
Frederick, oh fuck. We'll just keep going this way.
Maybe if you point it like this.
What does that mean? It's a sextant. You're supposed to use the stars or something.
Is that how you use them?
Yes, I just don't remember how. I was more worried about hitting rocks than I was looking at the sky.
Wow, this thing's cool looking.
What a funny little device.
Is it like a telescope?
No.
I mean, you look into it like one.
Great, I have not. I've seen it. I don't know what they actually do look like.
They look. It's
Here,
like
I'll send an image.
It,
I'll send
you
a
do
little-
look through it,
little-
and then it
little
has like
triangle thing.
yeah, and then it has what like it's got like protractor shit on it for angles, determining
Yeah.
angles.
It has one lens that goes directly forward, and then like one lens that goes like at an angle upwards.
Yeah.
So
you're
I think
kind of
it-
analyzing
I
like
think-
how far
Yeah.
you are from the horizon,
I
essentially.
will say, yeah, Piper did not explain how to use that, but they did leave it up there.
Y'all can fiddle with that, like, why don't hit shit?
Me
fiddle
and
with it,
Ferrison
you're
just
you-
like, what happens if you do this?
Fucking fucks up all the angles that I probably spent like an hour getting right. It's like messing with the sniper's scope. You just don't do that.
Well, you didn't tell us. It's not
I
like
didn't.
I know
That's on
boat
me.
etiquette.
That's on me.
It's not like I know what a sniper scope is.
Huh?
No, it's not. No, it's not like I know what a sniper scope is.
I know what a sniper is. That's my spell feat.
Nice.
Sniper means
But-
long range.
My spell go far. That's what I know.
Not say that in character. Obviously, I didn't say it in character. Piper's not there.
I don't know. It looks like Bronwyn's going to bed on one of the crates.
But she's kind of perched there and just watching them.
I don't need to
Yeah.
sleep. I'm gonna fiddle with this
Okay.
little fucker all
I
night.
think technically Bron doesn't need to sleep either, right?
Oh, it's a oh yeah, you trance, don't you?
Yeah.
So does Adea. So
What the fuck? What?
Elves, Lamel.
elves.
Ferret's
No
going
sleep.
to
What's that?
sleep in the same place he did.
Adea, totally. Adea cannot would not be able to captain the ship at the same time and man the helm and rest. It is just a trance. Basically, what she's doing right now, just kind of unfocused, watching Frederick
Spacing out.
Yeah, basically spacing out and just watching Frederick do his thing. Is for a couple for 4 hours, I think is what it is. Is the
Yeah, 4 hours.
the trance time.
I'd probably do something similar, just fiddling with the fucking sextant.
Yeah.
Just standing there messing with it. At some point, it's just like there's no thought behind what I'm doing. I'm just fucking with things.
Are you looking through it?
Probably not. Probably just spinning shit on it.
Just messing with the fucking lenses.
I don't know what it does.
You literally pop a lens out by accident and you just pocket
Please
it.
don't. Please don't.
He's not gonna break it. If
He isn't
something
a-
allows him to move it, he's gonna move it.
Well, easily enough as the night kind of goes by, the stars are quite beautiful during the night. And actually, none of you had ever really looked at it in the night sky. If you look at Adea, the hair, as you, if you were to look at Adea dead on with the kind of curly hair that she has, the stars always align with the stars in the background.
Mm.
So if you see a constellation, one of the constellations in the background, you see the constellation in her hair, when you put her in between you and that constellation.
Oh my god, she's got a fucking moving texture. Let's fucking go.
Holy shit, she has an epic skin.
Yep.
I'm thinking more like the anime moving textures that just stay put while the character moves.
The character moves.
Oh yeah.
Some chowder shit.
Yep.
Yeah. That shit's great.
Rada.
I haven't watched that show in so
Oh
fucking
my
long.
god. I love
Fever dream.
Schnitzel. Oh boy.
Need to find somewhere to binge chowder at some point.
It's like a Cartoon Network show,
Oh, the
isn't it?
animators are
Yeah.
gonna
It
have
is.
to draw all this fire.
Yeah. The rest of the night goes by uneventfully, and you guys make it not quite. You guys are just around the peninsula at this point. You're at the tip of it as the morning comes up, and at that point, Adea will take the helm. Since you've been at it for probably about 6 to 8 hours at that point.
Being at all night, no one to talk to.
She's right there. If you want to talk to her, you could. If there's anything you
I
want
imagine to make some small talk so then Fred doesn't lose his mind.
Yeah, if you have
I'm
any
also
questions for
still
her,
standing near the helm.
Yeah.
I haven't moved from there.
Mm-hmm.
if you have any questions for her, feel free to ask.
There's like a railing in front of the wheel, right?
Yep.
I'm probably leaning on that.
I guess probably just talk about like, so what, was it like living in the city and like what's your family and like why are you doing this, I guess.
Yeah, sure. You can get some of the
Yeah.
basic, like some of her basic backstory. So, I, when I was growing up, I had, it might sound stupid, but there were a lot of bullies in my school, and I did not like when they put other people down, and so I I would I guess show them with my fists, which is not the way of my family. At the very least, my family is artists, like I mentioned before, but they're also ambassadors and peacemakers, so they are not particularly fond of their child being more martial and less scholarly and less, I guess, compromising. While I do strive to put those things into my work, I do, in the end, have a job to protect people.
Yeah.
That put me at odds with them. Especially when I joined the Orientis. Only my sister would really talk to me at that point.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, it's fine. And despite my differences with my parents, I don't really harbor any ill will to them. It's just, I guess, a difference of opinion.
I can see where I can see where you're kind of coming from that of not doing something your parents would like.
Your parents don't like what you're doing?
I mean, I left on good terms, but they didn't really know what I did when I was in the city. I didn't kept to myself. Then similar to you, I got rid of bullies. My parents were jailers, so I wasn't a guard, but I did put people in jail.
See, well, I can respect that, and I respect doing what you got to do. Yeah, I became an Orientis. Stayed at my sister's house in the meantime while I there, and I eventually, thanks to, well, I should say thanks to, about 14, 15 years ago, well, no, it would be a little bit later than that, about 10 years ago, there was a pretty big smuggling ring here, and nothing, I guess, menial. It was, I guess I should call it for what it was. It was a slave ring. And they were smuggling people. And during a bust on their warehouse, I was injured, but I also helped quite a bit of my fellow Orientis, and I even I saved the life of my best friend, thankfully. It was
Mm-hmm.
a lot of relief after that.
Yeah.
But after that, because of my diligence there, I was selected to become the youngest Orientas. Or sorry, not Orientas, Dignitas. And well, I'm technically not the youngest anymore. I'm the youngest. I was in the Dignitas' history. I was the youngest to become a Dignitas by at least maturity. While there are certainly others that are younger in years, they are. I am an elf, so I do have a different rate of maturity as far as age goes.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I became. That's how I got here. I started as private, and now I'm a sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
That's I guess the most basic
Yeah.
explanation.
Who do you also like? And then I guess who do you call to for your power again?
Oh, I'd call to no one.
But you pray to
It's
someone.
no. I um I may well I do believe in Branch. She is not my the thing that gives me my abilities. My abilities strive from an ideal rather than a person.
Hmm.
Or rather than a being.
It's your oath, right?
Yes, my oath not to, I guess, the call of a particular patron, but my oath to the people and to justice.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I call my power from. Where do you get your power from, if you don't mind my asking?
Um, I I don't know how. I'll have to get permission to answer that question. I don't think I'm at liberty to say. I don't recall our last conversation.
About the if you could say it.
Yeah, I don't remember if
You
he
are
could say it or
that
not.
is part of your agreement. You are not allowed to.
That is between me and someone else.
I see. Fair enough.
Like your pack, I cannot break mine, or else I would not have it.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't push or anything.
It is very similar to the man front of that similar type of magic, at the very least. But it's not like his.
I was going to say I hope not.
No. Mine does not dictate me to go to cause chaos or hurt people or spill blood on my blade.
Hmm. Well, that's more reassuring to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, meanwhile, in Gloria's head, it's like his dream is just like, I am the storm that is approved.
It's the kill thing. Kill.
Go!
I believe I should probably take over. You probably need your rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a long, long night working, and I am looking forward to that hammock.
Yep.
I am surrounded by people who stay up longer and can talk a different language, and it's quietly frustrating.
It's quite fair. A frustration. I will personally endeavor to make sure you're always in the know with anything I say, at least.
Don't worry, I have a trick for shortcutting the language barrier.
I see. Okay. Very well. Have a good rest.
You have a good sail.
Thank you. She takes the wheel.
Up.
And then immediately you guys hear creaks as no.
Yes, the greatest tactic of a helm thing.
Explosion!
Give the other person the helm and they hit something. Oh, look at you, did idiot.
You're welcome. So, as the morning sun rises and you guys in the distance can see the river delta, we're actually gonna end a little early today. You guys have made it onto the boat, gotten some new weapons, some new items, and discovered some new stuff about the world. So, I would say a pretty good day overall.
Yeah.
And once again, a reminder for those of you watching, we are going to be taking a bit of a break for about almost a month, until we come back on September 17th for session 9 of Secrets of Renala.
Unintentionally taking a month off.
Yep, unintentionally taking a month off, indeed. Well. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you guys next time. Bye!
Bye, Internet!